Chapter 411. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming, Huang Qixuan, Xian Feng, Bu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the air, facing each other. The others were still fighting. Huang Qixuan, you got guts, huh? Do you want to be beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixuan unhappily. Brat, don't be arrogant. Huang Qixuan said coldly. He condensed his true energy to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of his speech. On the side, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Of course, they noticed Huang Qixuan's miserable state. Could it be that he was beaten up by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very sinister. He has a hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qixuan said coldly. He, is that so? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Swish. Dandan flew out, smashing towards Huang Qixuan. What are you doing? Huang Qixuan roared. He was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play by the rules. Since he could not win the argument, he immediately took action. What was this? Huang Qixuan used all his strength to resist. But, bang. Dandan still smashed his face. His face, which had recovered a little, was smashed into dog shit again. Ah. Huang Qixuan roared like a madman, almost losing his mind. His face was smashed again and again. Huang Qixuan felt like he was going crazy. Hiss, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and it could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qixuan is injured, his battle prowess has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qixuan first? We will have one less competitor. Lu Ming shouted. Unconsciously, Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, and the others' gazes shifted to Huang Qixuan. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if he killed one of them first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to, they didn't have the guts. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, they wouldn't feel good. Huang Qixuan felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by these people. He shrieked and retreated 100 meters, cautiously looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming, and the others. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qixuan. What the hell is this? Help. At this moment, some of the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in alarm. Lu Ming and the others were startled and couldn't help but look over. Around the underground cavern, there were wisps of blood qi rising from the ground. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns appeared out of nowhere. What was even more shocking was that blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground, entangling some of the experts. Those experts struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free from the blood-red tentacles. My blood. Those who were entangled screamed in horror, because their blood was being sucked away by these tentacles. In less than a dozen breaths, more than a dozen people were sucked dry, dying an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their teeth chattering. They remembered that before they entered the dragon cave, they also saw a large number of corpses outside. Those corpses were also sucked dry of blood, just like the scene in front of them. How could this be? What is this thing? Swish. Swish. The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles increased. More and more people were entangled. Run quickly, run, this is a demonic land. Run. Many people screamed in horror and turned around to run. Let's go, let's get out of here. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scales were precious, they needed to be alive to use them. This place was too strange. It was not worth it to stay here and lose their lives. Today none of you will leave. At this moment a sinister voice sounded. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, figures appeared on the walls of the underground cavern. These figures were dressed in black robes. They were hiding in the holes in the walls, and no one noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as these people appeared, their hands shot out rays of light into the ground. The patterns on the ground shone brightly. Then, more blood-red tentacles rushed out from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles, waving wildly and entangling the crowd. This time, 50 to 60 people were entangled by the tentacles. They screamed in horror as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, more tentacles rushed out from the ground. This is the Great Inscription Formation. Who are you? Bufifin slashed out with his saber. A blazing saber ray shot out and cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the severed tentacles quickly grew back. I spent so much effort to set up the Grand Annihilation Formation. How could you possibly break it? The sinister voice sounded again. A young man in a blood-red robe walked out from the darkness. There was a lifelike blood-red dragon embroidered on his blood-red robe. The young man's face was very pale, and he looked extremely sinister. Tell me, who are you? Bufifin shouted. Hee, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The young man in the blood-red robe smiled. What? You're from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bufifin and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It was not that the other party was strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient Desolation City. However, the ancient Desolation City had a peerless expert. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out of the Dragon Burial Abyss. There had never been a genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Imperial Divine Guards. Therefore, no one knew the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. They only roughly classified it as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, but they also set up a great formation to kill them. No wonder they were shocked. Impossible? How did you get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they came in, they did not see the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Moreover, according to the young man in the blood-red robe, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. Hee, you're so naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the Dragon Cave? The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the Dragon Cave to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my Dragon Devourer divine skill will reach the greater success stage. In this selection of the Imperial Divine Guards, I will definitely become one of the 4 heavens divine guards and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Ha! Chapter 412. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone understood that everything was a trap set up by the people of Dragon Burial Abyss. Although they didn't know what method the people of Dragon Burial Abyss used, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of them. The reason was that the genius of Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate a divine technique. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qixian roared. His arms shook as he used the Crimson Phoenix Slash. Under one attack, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless as more tentacles would be formed soon. Haha, it's useless. My trap is foolproof. Just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and rush in the same direction. Xianfeng, who had been silent, said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. Bufifin and Sun Chu nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. Okay, let's go. Huang Qixian roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash and rushed towards the exit. Clang. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist light, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already rushed a few hundred meters away. Use all your strength to control the array and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he roared. Around him, more than 100 youths of Dragon Burial Abyss shouted in unison. True chi surged as inscriptions formed in their hands and sank into the ground. All of a sudden, more tentacles appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. They were densely packed and constantly entangled toward them. For a moment, even if they joined forces, they couldn't break out. Kill. At this moment, the blood-robed youth shouted as his figure flashed and rushed into the array. His movement technique was like a ghost as he flashed among the tentacles. Those tentacles ignored him. Die. The blood-robed youth clawed out. His claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan was obviously injured and he wanted to kill him first. Huang Qixuan roared as he used the phoenix wing slash to clash with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom! Huang Qixuan's body shook as he staggered back. The blood-robed youth's figure flashed and disappeared among the tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood-robed youth flickered a few times and appeared behind Huang Qixuan. His blood-red claws were like the claws of a blood dragon as they clawed at Huang Qixuan. Huang Qixuan fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's strength was extremely terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than Huang Qixuan at his peak. Huang Qixuan was not a match at all. With the tentacles wrapped around him, Huang Qixuan was completely at a disadvantage. After several moves, Huang Qixuan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qixuan. Break! Huang Qixuan roared and struggled with all his might. However, he was only able to break free from a few tentacles. Around him, even more tentacles wrapped around him. No, save me! Huang Qixuan panicked and cried out in shock. Slash slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the rest exerted their full strength, trying to save Huang Qixuan. Usually they couldn't wait for each other to die. But now they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less power. If you want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered. In a flicker he charged towards Bu Fifan, exchanging several moves with Bu Fifan. Ah! Huang Qixuan screamed miserably. His body shriveled up rapidly as the blood in his body was sucked out. Save me, ah! Huang Qixuan screamed. His voice was filled with unwillingness and fear. Several breaths later, his screams came to an abrupt end as he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qixuan, the strongest person in a super region, a rare genius who had reached the fourth battle, died in this place, turning into a dried corpse. Ah! Ah! Screams echoed in the surroundings. At this time less than 100 people had died. Most of the young experts' blood had been sucked out. After absorbing so many young geniuses' blood, the Annihilation Array's power became even more terrifying. The entire cavern was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this time, those tentacles actually merged together. Several tentacles merged into one. Their power was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the rest found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young geniuses, they were entangled by the tentacles in just a few breaths' time. Screams continued to echo as the Annihilation Array became even more frenzied. Inside the array, only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xianfeng were left. At this time, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu's eyes flickered with fear. Lu Ming frowned, while Xianfeng's face was cold and stern. Haha, only the 4 of you are left, all of you can die. The blood-robed youth laughed loudly. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit. Instead, it was in the opposite direction of the exit. It was in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom! 7 to 8 tentacles were destroyed. Lu Ming rushed forward, his long spear thrusting out. The power of wind and fire merged, destroying 3 tentacles that were trying to entangle him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At this critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's face was extremely ugly. Only Xianfeng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was slightly stunned. Is this brat stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming did not say a word as he continued to charge inside. Ignore that brat. We'll charge with all our strength. Bu Fifan roared. The 3 of them worked together and continued to charge outside. That brat is charging inside. That's a dead end. Only death awaits. Use all your strength to control the array and deal with those 3. The blood-robed youth ordered. Immediately, the 100 or so young geniuses controlled the array, and more tentacles rushed towards Bu Fifan and the rest. With this, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continuously blasted out several Heaven's Path Palm imprints, destroying a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming continued to charge forward. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to charge out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this brat's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. I have to stop him first." With a flash, the blood-robed youth's body appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. "Stay here," the blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw grabbed at Lu Ming. A strong wind whistled, filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and collided with the blood-red claw. A powerful force surged, and Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted as he stepped out. "I've said that none of you can leave the array. Become my nourishment, and help me cultivate a divine skill." The blood-robed youth shouted coldly as his blood claw clashed with Lu Ming's foot. Immediately, both of them retreated 3 steps. "Dandan!" Lu Ming suddenly slapped the stone egg. Whoosh! Chapter 413. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the surrounding tentacles wrapped around Dandan. "Humph, I have the final say in this formation. Your tricks are all in vain." "Ah." At first, the red-robed young man snorted calmly, but the next moment, he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored the tentacles and directly hit the red-robed young man's face. The red-robed young man tried his best to dodge, but in the end, bang! Dandan hit his face, and blood splattered everywhere. The red-robed young man's face was smashed into dog poop. "Ah!" The blood-robed youth hollered and his figure flashed continuously. He distanced himself from Lu Ming and hollered furiously, damn it. Control the array and kill him." Whoosh! Some of the tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming. Quick! Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward. He performed the Heavenly Palm and 9 Dragons Sky Step continuously. Previously, most of the tentacles were used to deal with Bufifin, and the other 2. The tentacles on his side were relatively weak, and he immediately opened a passage. Bang! 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 The tentacles exploded one by one, and Lu Ming rushed out for thousands of meters in an instant. He was close to the dark area. When he got closer, he saw that it was an abyss. On the other side of the cave was an abyss. The abyss was so dark that he couldn't see how deep it was. It was filled with black fog and looked extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Those tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, and they were several times denser than before. "Go to hell, boy." The red-robed young man's eyes were extremely cold. "Haha!" Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last few tentacles in front of him were smashed by him. Then he leaped into the abyss. "Damn it!" The red-robed young man flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he didn't dare to chase after him. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the red-robed young man. "Senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we chase after him?" A black-robed man asked. "There's no need for that. This abyss is the most dangerous place in the dragon's lair. Even though I've cultivated the Dragon Devourer godly skill, I'll still die if I go down there. This guy will definitely die if he jumps down there. However, it's too easy for him to die in the abyss." The blood-robed young man said coldly, "Now go all out and kill the 3 of them." The scarlet-robed young man pointed at Bufifin and the other 2. "Yes." The black-robed man responded and controlled the formation with all his might. Lu Ming didn't know what was happening above. He jumped down into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body couldn't help but fall down rapidly. Huff huff, gusts of wind blew past his ears, and the surroundings were filled with black fog. Through the black fog, Lu Ming discovered that the abyss was unfathomably wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The energy disappeared, and he could fly again. Lu Ming operated his true chi to stop his falling momentum and slowly floated down. After about a kilometer, they finally reached the bottom. Kacha! When Lu Ming stepped on the ground, there was a kacha sound. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly surprised. The ground was covered in white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped a breath of cold air. The ground was littered with skeletons. It was unknown how many skeletons there were, but they covered the ground. Moreover, They were all in human form. Could it be that the human martial artists who broke into this place over the endless years have all turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself. He couldn't help but become serious. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. There was silence all around. There was no sound at all. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming felt like he had come to the abyss of hell. The Nine Dragons bloodline is unusually restless and seems to be very excited. There must be something here that attracted the Nine Dragons bloodline. I should search around. Lu Ming thought and began to move forward and observe his surroundings. Lu Ming activated his true qi and walked on air, ignoring the white bones. After walking for a few kilometers, he still didn't find anything. Woo-woo, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The gust of wind was cold, blowing on his body, giving him goosebumps. Roar. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and energy overflowed. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with an extremely terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy, like the water of the sea, surging toward him. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. The blood in his body was in turmoil. This is a dragon? At this moment, Lu Ming saw what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen, and its entire body was pitch black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, it's not a true dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw that this true dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy. It was condensed from a kind of black energy. This energy was filled with tyranny, ferocity, and evil. Roar. The black dragon's attack missed and it roared again, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Before it arrived, it brought about a violent gust of wind, whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming stepped out and collided with the black dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. Strong, this black dragon's strength was too strong, surpassing Lu Ming's by a large margin. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue the battle and turned to run. That black dragon roared and chased after him. Roar. Before Lu Ming ran 100 meters, there was another roar in front of him. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced on Lu Ming. Another one. There were 2 dragons in front and behind, forming a pincer attack. Roar. Roar. It wasn't over yet. There were loud roars from both sides, and 2 more black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there were more? As if confirming Lu Ming's words, there were roars in the distance, rising and falling. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned red, and he wanted to slap himself. Whatever he thought of, it really came. Amidst the roars, more than a dozen black dragons appeared, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Now, I can only try the 9 dragons bloodline. Lu Ming frowned. In the next moment, bloodlight surged and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. Roar. As soon as the 9 dragons bloodline appeared, it roared at those black dragons. Those black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the 9 dragons bloodline with some fear. It's really effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in joy. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragons, and the 9 dragons were above the true dragons. As expected, it had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. Roar. At this moment, the 9 dragons bloodline roared and flew out. A powerful devouring force erupted from its mouth, enveloping a black dragon. That black dragon cried out in horror and struggled with all its might. Chapter 4:14. Following that, the 9 dragons bloodline pulled forcefully. The giant dragon roared, and large chunks of mist were actually pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these mist clouds. These mist clouds twisted and rolled in the air, unusually evil. Evil fiendish aura. These mist clouds were all made of evil fiendish aura. Bang. Bang. The 9 dragons bloodline pulled again, and a series of explosions erupted from the black dragon's body, and a large number of mist clouds exploded. The mist clouds exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed in the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long, and was in the shape of a dragon. At this moment it was trembling in fear. Could this be dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then ecstasy. Dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon's body, similar to a martial artist's true qi, but countless times stronger than a martial artist's true qi. This dragon essence could actually absorb the evil aura and fiendish aura between heaven and earth and condense into a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a true dragon's body. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. If a martial artist refined the dragon essence, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. And to Lu Ming, it was even more precious. The true dragon battle art he cultivated was dragon-shaped true qi. If he refined this dragon essence, the true dragon battle art would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb for me. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and erupted with a powerful devouring power. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the 1-meter-long dragon essence into its mouth. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and pounced on the other black dragons. Although those black dragons were extremely powerful, in the face of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They were scared half to death, and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moves, the 9 dragons' bloodline caught another one, and the evil aura outside collapsed, revealing a dragon essence inside. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing another dragon essence. Then it continued to pounce on the next one. Those black dragons roared in horror and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running. Lu Ming broke into a run and gave chase. Just like that, roars sounded in this underground abyss. Half a day later, everything calmed down. 18 streaks of dragon essence, 18 streaks in total. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face flickering with excitement. Earlier, he had killed a total of 18 black dragons and captured 18 dragon essences. Then, he circled around again, and only stopped when he was sure that there were no more black dragons. Now, let's start cultivating the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he extracted a strand of dragon essence from the 9 dragons' bloodline, and started to circulate the true dragon battle art. When the dragon essence entered his meridians, the true energy in Lu Ming's body seemed to become excited. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into true energy. In that moment, Lu Ming's true energy grew even more lifelike, almost as if it were a miniature dragon. His true qi became even more condensed. The true dragon battle art was rapidly improving. After refining the first strand, he continued with the second and the third. After Lu Ming refined the 5 dragon essences, the true qi in his body roared. The true dragon battle art had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level. His true qi was 7 times more condensed than an ordinary person. This was not enough. He continued to refine the dragon essences. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essences were all refined. The true dragon battle art had broken through another level and reached the 7th level. His true qi was 8 times more condensed than an ordinary person. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a level, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power, and his true qi was incomparably condensed. With a wave of his hand, his true qi condensed into a spear light and shot into the ground, piercing a bottomless hole in the ground. The spear that Lu Ming condensed with his true qi was comparable to an ordinary level 4 spirit weapon. That was because Lu Ming's true qi was too condensed. The weapon that was condensed was incomparably sturdy. This allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to increase by a large margin. The true dragon battle art has risen by 2 levels. My current battle strength has definitely reached the level of a 5 battle genius. Lu Ming pondered. 2 levels of the true dragon battle art had allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to surpass a limit, reaching the level of a 5 battle genius. A 5 battle genius, if this were to be known, it would scare people to death. If I were to fight Huang Qixuan now, I would be able to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming measured his own battle strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qixuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. His battle strength was also at the level of a 5 battle genius, while Huang Qixuan was only at the level of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming's battle strength was a level higher than Huang Qixuan's. It would not be difficult to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet. Let's see if there's anything else in this abyss. Lu Ming began to look around. The abyss was huge, spanning over 10 miles. Lu Ming walked around for half a day, but did not discover anything. It seemed like there were only 18 of those black dragons, and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He did not discover any other living creatures or spirit herbs. Apart from bones, there was nothing else. An hour later, there's a stone carving there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a true dragon carved on it. The true dragon's scales were of 3 different colors. What a realistic stone carving! Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at the stone carving. The true dragon seemed to be real, as if it was a real dragon that was embedded in the stone wall. It emitted an aura that could devour everything and dominate the world. Boom! Lu Ming looked at it and suddenly, there was an explosion in his mind. Following that, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. He discovered that he was in a layer of clouds, which was formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the clouds, while a fierce wind howled in all directions. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that a real dragon with scales of 3 different colors was surging and flying in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it walked in the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming actually saw a true dragon. Roar! The 3-colored true dragon roared at the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth cracked and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt a rumble in his mind, as if a piece of information flew into his mind. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carving on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it all an illusion just now? No, there's an additional piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 unique skills of the dragon god. The information in his mind was actually a martial technique called the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Moreover, it was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Currently, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and the heaven's path palm. His spear technique was his weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much more lacking compared to sword, blade, fist, and palm techniques. He had never found a suitable one. Now, what about the spear technique he obtained from the true dragon stone carving? Chapter 4:15. According to this information, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and read carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god needed to comprehend 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. Moreover, the 3 types of concepts had to be completely merged together to cultivate to the highest level. Above the force was the concept. They were the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these 3 concepts and merging them together could one cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the highest level. However, it was not necessary to comprehend 3 concepts to cultivate. According to the records, one could cultivate if they comprehended 1 concept, but the power would be much weaker. If one comprehended 1 concept and cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be about the same as a superior earth-class martial skill. If one comprehended 2 concepts and merged them together, the power would reach the inferior heaven-class martial skill. If one comprehended 3 concepts, the power would reach the superior heaven-class martial skill. According to Lei Su's speculation, 3 concepts were not the limit. If one could comprehend 4 concepts and merge them together, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su had been born with 3 concepts. In the end, he did not comprehend the 4th concept. Concept, I am still too far away. Even my force has not reached perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that I can't cultivate without comprehending a concept? Lu Ming was somewhat indignant. He carefully read the information in his mind. After a while, he revealed a trace of joy. This time he had a new discovery. It was not necessary to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth to cultivate. As long as one comprehended the corresponding force, they could cultivate it. However, they could not cultivate it to a high level. Lu Ming had comprehended the wind and fire force, which corresponded with the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God, the power of the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God would be equivalent to an inferior heaven-class martial skill. However, with Lu Ming's current two types of force that were at the limit of large success, he could at most cultivate the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the first level. Only when both potentials reached perfection could one cultivate to the second level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Haha, the first level is fine too. Lu Ming laughed heartily, very satisfied. One had to know that he had merged two forces, and the two forces had already merged successfully. Cultivating the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God was equivalent to a low-grade heaven-rank martial skill. The first level of a heaven-class low-grade martial skill was already stronger than the highest level of an earth-class martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the first level of the three ultimates of Dragon God, its power would completely surpass the Heaven's Path Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. In the future, when my wind and fire evolves into the state of heaven and earth, I will go and comprehend the state of thunder. Then, the might of this three ultimate skills of the Dragon God will be very strong. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This stone inscription actually contains such a strong ultimate skill. How wonderful! Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and looked at it seriously. Whoosh! The environment suddenly changed. This time, it was different from the last time. This time Lu Ming appeared in a starry sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as a three-colored true dragon flew through the starry sky. Its 5 dragon claws took one step at a time as it stepped forward. Every step it took caused the world to rumble and space to crack open like a spiderweb. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the tricolor true dragon's claws. The true dragon's steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Although the 9 dragons were stronger than the true dragon, that level was too far away from Lu Ming. Not to mention the 9 dragons. Even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. The true dragon's steps were similar to the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Instantly Lu Ming felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he couldn't comprehend were instantly cleared up. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Then he took a step forward. Rumble! Heaven and earth roared. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly shattered, and the environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone inscriptions. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Let me test it out. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that he would destroy the abyss if he took a step out. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed the stone inscription. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Suddenly Lu Ming whispered. Then he took a step forward. Bang! The moment he stepped on the platform of the Temple of Paragon, the entire Temple of Paragon shook. Luckily, the Temple of Paragon was 9 Suns Supreme's treasure. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he couldn't destroy it. The Temple of Paragon only shook a little, then calmed down. Then Lu Ming took another step forward. This step was not to start from scratch. Instead, it was to build on the foundation of the first step and take another step forward. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Second step. Lu Ming had finally mastered the second step. Buzz. Heaven and earth rumbled. A mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom. With this step, the Temple of Paragon shook violently again. This time, it was even more violent than before. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming took a deep breath. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming thought. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps. With every step, his body would feel a strong pressure. With 2 consecutive steps, the pressure would increase exponentially. Of course, its power was also terrifying. Its power has surpassed the heaven path palm. It barely reaches the power of a heaven-level low class. According to the records of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, the first 2 steps can be considered as laying the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase exponentially with each step. That is terrifying. However, the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. This stone inscription is amazing. Let me take a look. Then Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription again. The environment changed again. This time, he was still in the same starry sky. The tricolor true dragon was striding over. This time, Lu Ming merely observed carefully. There were no other strange movements. Not long after, the tricolor true dragon's body started to change rapidly. In the end, it turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolor robe. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he started to dance. This is the 3 skills of the dragon god. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at it carefully. The 3 skills of the dragon god had 3 moves. They were the true dragon strike, the 1,000 dragons kill, and the ultimate strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated regardless of how many intents and forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the ultimate strike, could be cultivated if one had comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. With a thrust of the spear, it would be able to pierce through everything. There was nothing it could not break. Unexpectedly, the stone inscription had a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear skills. This was a great help to Lu Ming. Chapter 416. Lu Ming immediately took out his long spear and started waving it around. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and vaguely letting out a dragon roar. But after a while the dragon roar stopped abruptly, and Lu Ming also stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not depressed. Of course, the 3 unique skills of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his power of wind and fire was only at the greater success stage. It was already very good to be able to cultivate the dragon roar on his first try, and it was all thanks to the stone inscription. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. There were 2 main types of cultivation. One was the 3 unique skills of the dragon god, and the other was the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Because these 2 types of cultivation could be enlightened by looking at the stone inscriptions, it was very helpful for cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Empyrean Divine Guard selection. At this time, all the geniuses in the entire Dongming ancient battlefield were gathering at the center of the battlefield. There they would participate in the final test. In the Dragon's Cave, a huge underground cave, blood qi was rolling like an ocean. Suddenly, the blood qi surged and formed a huge blood-red dragon, rushing towards a blood-robed youth and entering his body in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of blood-red light pierced through hundreds of meters of the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed youth and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother! Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses this time." Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss, and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I would be able to reach a higher level. But this is enough. One of the 4 heavenly divine guards, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, will belong to me, Zongsheng. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed men flattered. Haha, let's go. Let's go to the final test. The blood-robed youth smiled and led the group out of the dragon's cave, heading towards the central area. Not far away from the dragon's cave, there was a hidden valley. A young figure walked out of the valley. Lightning crackled around his body and his aura shot up into the sky. If you want to die, wait until I know the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. See? The roar of a dragon resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a two-colored true dragon that roared out. The three absolutes of the dragon god, the limit of the first level. Unfortunately, if I want to break through to the second level, I need the power of wind and fire to reach perfection. After 2 months of cultivation, Xiaochen had finally succeeded in cultivating the three absolutes of the dragon god. Furthermore, he had reached the limit of the first level. This was equivalent to an inferior heaven rank martial technique. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate it in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, I still haven't succeeded in cultivating the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period of time, the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Once he cultivated the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, its power would increase crazily. The power of the third step was equivalent to the 6th level of an inferior heaven rank martial technique. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. The 3-month deadline is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed, looking at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig this stone carving away? Lu Ming stared at the stone and carefully examined it. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny broadsword. He actually started to cut around the stone. He wanted to take this stone away. Sizzle sizzle. The stone walls here were very hard. When the broadsword that was equivalent to a grade 4 spirit weapon cut into the stone walls, sparks flew in all directions. The resistance was unbelievably great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used all his strength to cut and dig. After half a day, Lu Ming was sweating profusely, but he was only halfway done. Haha, sure, continue. Lu Ming buried his head and worked hard again. Crack. Suddenly, a gotcha sound came from the stone inscription. A crack actually appeared in the middle of the stone inscription. Don't! Lu Ming shouted. Crack. Crack. The sound became more and more intense. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the stone. Bang. In the end, the entire stone exploded and turned into ashes, drifting in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems that I can't take it away at all. As long as I dig, the stone will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed. It was a pity. In this way, he was the only one who knew the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Forget it, without the stone, I can still cultivate the 3 unique skills of the dragon god to the highest level. I have to set off now, or it will be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. But when he flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that prevented Lu Ming from flying. Lu Ming slid to the side, sticking to the wall, and quickly climbed up. After a while, Lu Ming finally came out of the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without the slightest sound. On the ground, there were hundreds of dried corpses, all of which were the young experts who came in last time. And the dragon scale had naturally disappeared long ago. I wonder if Bufifan and the rest have escaped. Lu Ming whispered and walked forward. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. There were a few dried corpses here, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bufifan Sunchu. Lu Ming sighed. Through the clothes, he recognized that the 2 dried corpses belonged to Bufifan and Sun Chu. It seemed that the 2 strongest experts of the super regions did not escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's corpse. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient desolate city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful means to escape. Let's go. Then Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon he was out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. He went to the central area with all his might. In the central area of the Dongming ancient battlefield, there were 108 altars built on a flat ground. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was unusually majestic. Chapter 417. Whoosh. Whoosh. Air-rending sounds could be heard as several figures appeared outside the altars. The Dongming ancient battlefield was divided into 4 directions. Each direction corresponded to an altar. The geniuses of the eastern Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. Figures flashed around the altars in the east. Powerful youths appeared one after another. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of sword light flew over, and appeared outside the altars. When the sword light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. They were Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were clearly much stronger than 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyan appeared, someone flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyan smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. There were also some familiar faces on the Emperor Yun leaderboard, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Shaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. A large number of people gathered together, but there were also some who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyan nodded and greeted them. The number of people increased and soon, more than 5,000 people had gathered. Look, that's the genius from the super region, Fengyun Bay. The genius from Baiyu City is here too. That's also a super region. There were people exclaiming in the surroundings. That was because the geniuses from the super region had appeared one by one. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a blood-red cloud surged over. When it got close, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures. The one leading them was Zongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Hee. A bunch of trash. Zongsheng looked at the geniuses from the super region and smiled disdainfully. He didn't restrain his voice in the slightest, and it spread far and wide. What did you say? You're courting death. A genius from the Fengyun Bay roared, and his killing intent surged. He moved and pounced at Zongsheng. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was a martial ancestor realm early stage. Whoosh! At this moment, Buried Life's figure flashed like a phantom. In the next moment, a shrill scream rang out. Everyone was horrified to see that Buried Life's claw had grabbed the head of the Wind Cloud Bay young man, leaving 5 holes in his skull. The body of the Wind Cloud Bay youth wriggled rapidly. Within a few breaths, he turned into a dried corpse. All the blood and chi essence in his body had disappeared. Hiss gasps could be heard everywhere. Everyone looked at Buried Life in shock. He was a genius in the early stage of martial ancestor realm LV8. Furthermore, he was likely to be a genius who had won 3 battles. However, he was as weak as a chicken in Zongsheng's hands. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. Just how strong was Buried Life? Boom. Boom. Powerful auras erupted from the Wind Cloud Bay area. Hundreds of youths stared at Zongsheng with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an exceptionally powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He wore a robe and stepped out. He glared at Zongsheng and said, "Friend, aren't you going too far?" He is from the Eelis sect, the strongest in the Storm Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Going too far? He is just a piece of trash. Am I wrong to say that? He wants to attack me. He is just courting death. Why? Do you want to attack me too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zongsheng smiled contemptuously. He licked his lips and looked at the Eelis sect with a cold and greedy gaze. Arrogance. He was blatantly arrogant. Even in the face of the strongest in a super region, he was still arrogant. The Eelis sect frowned. He did not know why, but when Zongsheng stared at him, the Eelis sect felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Where are you from? The Eelis sect asked. You want to know? There is no harm in telling you. We are from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zongsheng sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss? The Eelis sect's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised and said, "All right, I will remember this." The Eelis sect had retreated. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, the Eelis sect did not attack. They were retreating. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? How could he make the Eelis sect retreat? The crowd looked at Zhongxing curiously. Hee hee. Zhongxing sneered. At this moment, more and more people had gathered. There were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh. In the sky, a flash of lightning appeared and a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. When the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range saw Qiu Changkong, they exclaimed. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he looked around. In the next moment, he saw Jian Fengyan and the others. He took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Fengyan and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where is Lu Ming? Why isn't he here? Is he dead? Do any of you know anything about him?" His tone was domineering, and it was filled with a commanding tone. It did not sound like a question, but more like an order for Jian Fengyan and the others to speak. Jian Fengyan, Jiang Hongwen, and the others frowned. They were all geniuses. Qiu Changkong's tone naturally made them unhappy. Brother Lu is a peerless genius. Of course he wouldn't be dead. He is most likely on his way here, Jian Fengyan said. Brother Lu? You call him so intimately. It seems like you have been with Lu Ming all this time. Tell me, where is Lu Ming? Send him a message and ask him to come here and accept his death. Qiu Changkong ordered. Qiu Changkong, watch your attitude. Even if I know where he is, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. Why? Are you unhappy? Haha, Jian Fengyan. Do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? Let me tell you, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash. Now kneel down. Qiu Changkong was extremely arrogant, and he slapped Jian Fengyan with his palm. Clang. The sound of a sword rang and Jian Fengyan unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that Jian Fengyan had made a breakthrough during this period, and had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Qiu Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation has improved greatly. However, you are too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you have made. Jian Fengyan said in a deep voice. Clang. In the next moment, a sharp sword chi shot towards Qiu Changkong. Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant to all of you? Qiu Changkong sneered. He suddenly pointed his finger like a sword, and a sword chi that was flickering with lightning radiance shot out. Puff. A crisp sound rang out and Jian Fengyun's sword chi shattered. Qiu Changkong's lightning sword chi did not stop, and it pierced towards Jian Fengyun's throat. It was so fast that it was beyond anyone's reaction time. Chapter 418. Just as Jian Fengyan was about to die, Qiu Changkong changed his hand gesture. He turned his finger sword into a palm and slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Bang! Jian Fengyan knelt down in front of Qiu Changkong. Ah! Jian Fengyan struggled and his eyes turned red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Qiu Changkong. However, Qiu Changkong's palm flashed and Jian Fengyun's body trembled. Brother Jian! Shout how you shouted and a powerful aura rose from his body. Qiu Changkong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others shouted. They were shocked. They had not seen Qiu Changkong for 3 months, and his combat strength had increased to such a level. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had increased greatly, but he was still defeated by Qiu Changkong in one move. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? What fortuitous encounter did he have? Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What? You want to interfere? Do you want to die? Boom. Qiu Changkong's body surged with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to step back. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the strongest people in the super regions looked at Qiu Changkong seriously. This guy. Zhongsheng also looked at Qiu Changkong. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Hee. Qiu Changkong sneered when he saw the expressions of Jiang Hongwen and the others. He looked down at Jian Fengyan and said, Jian Fengyan, I won't kill you today. I want you to see who is the strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha. Qiu Changkong looked at Jian Fengyan with contempt and laughed. Jian Fengyan clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Trash. Qiu Changkong sneered. He felt extremely happy. The strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he would obtain the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and make the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz. Meanwhile, the 27 altars began to vibrate all of a sudden, emitting a brilliant glow. The formation has been activated. We have to leave this place and participate in the final test. This time, I must become a DT on Divine Guard. Sigh, as long as I can become a reserve DT on Divine Guard, I will be satisfied. 1. 27 altars shone with resplendent light, and inscriptions flowed. After a while, the light from the altars gathered together, and a huge vortex appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final trial has been activated. Once you enter the vortex, you will arrive at the final trial. A deep and dignified voice came from the vortex. Haha, the final test has begun. Let's go. Zongsheng laughed and flew into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. The others from the Dragon Burial Abyss followed closely behind. Go, go. At the scene, more than 10,000 people flew into the vortex like locusts and disappeared. Lu Ming hasn't come yet. Looks like he died somewhere. Qiu Changkong snorted. He then looked into the distance, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Lu Ming, don't think that I won't be able to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure after you're dead. Wait until I become a DT on Divine Guard, and destroy the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. At that time, I will get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from your father. Hee hee, that old man. Don't think that I won't be able to do anything to him. Qiu Changkong thought. He then looked at Jian Fengyan and sent him flying with a kick, saying, "Trash, get lost." Then he dashed into the vortex with a flicker and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Jian, how are you? Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others hurried over to help Jian Fengyan up. I'm fine, Jian Fengyan said as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Changkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. How terrifying. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyan's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? Did you die? Lu Ming still had not arrived. It was highly possible that something had happened to him. Jian Fengyan's expression changed all of a sudden, as he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The ray of light was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming. Lu Jianfengyan was overjoyed. The ray of light disappeared, revealing the true figure. It was none other than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had finally arrived at the scene at lightning speed. Haha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Jianfengyan was overjoyed. Haha, brother Lu. Xiao Haoyu also went up to greet him. Jiang Hongwen and the others were confused. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jianfengyan need to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he had only managed to enter the top 10 in the previous preliminaries. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you seem to be injured not long ago. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jianfengyan was injured at a glance. Although the injury wasn't serious, Lu Ming could still tell. Haha, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jianfengyan smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jianfengyan seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, there's no need to say any more. Jianfengyan wanted to stop him. It's all because of me? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. It's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Changkong are from the same empire, and have a grudge against each other. Qiu Changkong vented his anger on Brother Jian, because he couldn't find you. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Changkong? He's actually so strong. Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Changkong had, but his cultivation is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me warn you. If you encounter Qiu Changkong, you should hide as far as you can. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded their heads. Brother Lu, Qiu Changkong is indeed very strong now. You might not be his match. Jianfengyan sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the whirlpool. When Lu Ming dashed into the whirlpool, the familiar feeling of heaven and earth spinning occurred again. After a while, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming looked around. 3 sides of the platform were blurry, and there was a staircase on the other side. The staircase was completely paved with white jade and led upwards. This is the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only those who can ascend the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase will be considered as a reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. Those who can't ascend will be eliminated. Chapter 419. Lu Ming already knew that the final test for the Dtion Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round was the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only by climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase could one become a reserve Dtion Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase, there would be another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Dtion Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming guessed that this should be the inscription formation. The 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase before him was likely formed by the inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped up. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, there was a huge force between heaven and earth that pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he managed to offset the force. This force not only acts on the physical body, but also on the true qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. He did not feel much. Stomp. Stomp. Lu Ming stepped up step by step. His body was straight, and he was as immovable as a mountain. Soon he stepped on the 100 Steps Jade Staircase. He realized that the further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, this kind of pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one, he stepped on the Jade Staircase. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming climbed up the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. At the top of the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open, and there was a flickering light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind the stone door was the second round of the test. After passing this round of the test, one would become a true Dtion Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform, there was a whirlpool. This was the teleportation gate. If he felt that he was not strong enough to pass the second round, he could leave through the vortex and be teleported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to give it a try, that was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If one really reached a critical juncture, the Great Array would teleport one away to the area where the Empyrean Divine Guards were stationed. That would be considered a failure. At this time, in the Myriad Star City, there was a huge circular building that covered an area of several thousand acres. It could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, football field. But it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light curtains. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped regions, namely the north, south, east, and west regions. The 4 regions did not meet each other as their vision was blocked by the light curtain. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. In the center of the fan was the first level, and there was a battle platform. The outer ring of the battle platform was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the third level, and there was also a stone tablet with the words Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the fourth level, and there was nothing written on it. Further out were rows of seats. This area was also the largest, just like the outermost ring of the cake. Now the seats were all filled with people. It was densely packed, and there was no telling how many people there were. Among these seats, there was a rather special spot. This spot was occupied by the leading elders of the various regions. The leading elder of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Xiu, was sitting there. Beside him were the leading elders of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, and the leading elders of the Serene Devil Palace, Han Sun. Their eyes were fixed on the few levels of empty space below. Those areas were inscribed with mysterious inscription formations that led to the Dongming ancient battlefield. As long as someone climbed the 1,000 steps jade staircase and chose to walk into the vortex, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. This meant that they could only become an Empyrean Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who did not even become an Empyrean Divine Guard, all those who failed would be teleported to the empty area of the 4th level. Hee Lu Xiao, you don't have to stare so hard. It's useless even if you stare until your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range is dead. Not to mention becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard or an Empyrean Divine Guard. I'm afraid that only a few of them can come out alive. Beside him, the leading elder of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, suddenly said coldly. Lu Xiao's face darkened, and he looked a little ugly. He said, Zhao Sui, they haven't come out yet, and no one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid that you will sprain your tongue by saying this? Sprain my tongue? Haha, what a joke. I'm speaking because I'm confident. Given the group of trash in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, unless they find a place to hide as soon as they enter, it's normal that they will all die. Zhao Sui laughed coldly. You. Lu Xiao's face was unusually ugly. Zhao Sui, it's too early for you to say that. Every year, there will be geniuses from small regions who will join the Empyrean Divine Guards. Beside him, the leading elders of the other small regions spoke up for Lu Xiao. Hee, a bunch of trash who only know how to comfort themselves. I think that Brother Zhao is right. It's better for the trash from small regions to die. They still want to compete with us and the other large regions for a spot in the Empyrean Divine Guard. They are really overestimating themselves. A faint voice sounded. It was the leading elder of the Serene Demon Palace, Han Sun. These words were a blatant disdain, and it made the leading elders of the other small regions turn ugly. Haha, Brother Han is right. Lu Xiao, if you want to watch, then continue watching. I'm afraid that the more you watch, the more despair you will feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone is coming out. Suddenly someone shouted. In the empty area of the 4th level, people kept appearing and disappearing. Those who appeared all showed disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area were considered to have failed and been completely eliminated. The leading elders did not show any change in their expressions. In every region, there would be a large number of people who would be eliminated. This was not surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people appeared in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Divine Guard area. After a while, there was finally a fluctuation in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, and a figure appeared. Haha, this is a genius from my region. I knew that this kid would become a Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. One of the leading elders of the small region laughed excitedly. Next, people kept appearing in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area. Jiang Hongwen, Shengguan Yunyan. Suddenly Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. In the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, he saw Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan. Lu Xiao's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It was within his expectations that they could become Reserve Empyrean Divine Guards. However, there were always exceptions. He was really afraid that the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had all died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, Zhao Sui. It seems that not a single Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River domain. Chapter 420. Humph. Zhao Sui snorted and said with a gloomy face, What's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone appear, you'll be scared to death. Oh. Then I'll wait, Lu Xiao said with a faint smile. As time passed, more and more people appeared in the area reserved for the Dtian Divine Guards. However, Zhao Sui's face darkened. Only a few people appeared in the Qianjiang water zone. It was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha, Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You scared me to death. Lu Xiao started to make sarcastic remarks. In the past, Zhao Sui would mock him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiu naturally retaliated. "Why are you in a hurry?" Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. "Oh, Zhao Sui, the test for the Dtian Divine Guard should be over soon. I don't see many people. Do you think that all the geniuses in the Qianjiang water zone can become real Dtian Divine Guards?" Lu Xiu sneered. Kiki Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were at most a dozen people in the Qianjiang water zone who could become Dtian Divine Guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. However, there were many people who had been eliminated. However, they were all useless. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. He was a little flustered, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Old Han Sun, the leader of the Serene Demon's Palace, also had a gloomy face. The situation in the Serene Demon's Palace was the same as the Qianjiang water zone. There were only a few people who could become Dtian Divine Guards. On the 1,000-step jade staircase in the test ground, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he walked in, the environment changed again. He found himself on a platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there as straight as a mountain. "You, as long as you can defeat me, you can become a Dtian Divine Guard." The middle-aged man spoke with a cold and emotionless voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was condensed from inscriptions. Boom. As the middle-aged man spoke, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Dtian Divine Guard assessment. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th-layer martial ancestor realm expert, one's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th-layer martial ancestor realm, and one's battle prowess had to surpass that of a 2nd-level genius. Of course, if one was a Battle 3 or Battle 4 genius, then their cultivation base could be lower. Only Jian Fengyan can achieve this level of difficulty in the Cloud Emperor Mountain range. Mr. Tianchi was already dead, and Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had yet to reach the peak of the 7th-layer martial ancestor realm. Kill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming smiled, quickly condensing a long spear in his hand and thrusting it out. Whoosh. This spear was more than twice as fast as his opponent's. Bang. The spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm was dealt with in one move. For the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked forward. In front of the platform, there was also a stone door. On the left side, there was also a whirlpool. As long as one gave up the challenge, they could leave the whirlpool and become an Empyrean Divine Guard. Entering through the stone door meant that one would continue to challenge. If one succeeded in the challenge, they would appear on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the strongest experts would fight to determine the 4 heavenly Divine Guards. Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, so they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, representing the East, South, West, and North Heavenly Divine Guards. Becoming a 4 Heavenly Divine Guard could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and it was also the focus of half a year. Otherwise, there would not be so many people watching in the building. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into the stone door. Buzz. Heaven and earth shook, and Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room, and each of them was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial skill. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a light flashed, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to this challenge. This stage is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test for each person is different. There will be a martial skill that you are not good at, and you will have to comprehend it. As long as you can cultivate it successfully within half an hour, you will pass this stage. The old man explained as soon as he appeared. Fist skill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Fist skill was indeed his weakness. Apart from the low-level fist art he had practiced at the beginning, he had not practiced any other fist art after that. This fist skill is a black class upper rank fist skill. As long as you can cultivate to the first level within half an hour, you will be able to see through the restriction. Start now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate to the first level of a black class upper rank martial skill that he was not good at in half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming looked at the stone carvings carefully and started to comprehend them. Time passed slowly. In the outside world, in a huge building in Myriad Star City, someone has become a Dtion Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the area of the Dtion Divine Guards, and a figure appeared at the same time. Haha, it's a genius from the Golden Chamber region. An elder who led the team laughed heartily. The Golden Chamber region was a small region, and it was already good enough to have one person become a real Dtion Divine Guard. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become a Dtion Divine Guard. Although being the first to become a Dtion Divine Guard did not mean that he was stronger than the rest, and some people might want to challenge the next round. As more people became Dtion Divine Guards, more and more people became Dtion Divine Guards. Jian Fengyan. Suddenly Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyan in the area of the Dtion Divine Guards. Ha ha ha, you did not let me down. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. He knew the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range region. There was a high chance that Jian Fengyan would challenge the Dtion Divine Guards. As for Prince Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen, there was still hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyan had become a Dtion Divine Guard, he felt relieved. No matter how bad it was, at least one person would become a Dtion Divine Guard. In the previous batch of Cloud Emperor mountain range region, no one had become a Dtion Divine Guard. Chapter 421. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was as dark as charcoal. Until now, he had yet to see any of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. This made him have a bad premonition. This wasn't normal. It was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses from the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That wasn't possible. He knew very well that even the strongest of the younger generation in the Thousand River region might not be able to pass the last round. He started to get anxious. Like Zhao Sui, the leader of the Serene Demons area, old Han Sun, also looked terrible. As time passed, fewer and fewer people appeared in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards area. Zhao Sui, why do you look so terrible? Don't be impatient. In my opinion, the geniuses from the Thousand River region must have gone to the last round. Furthermore, they must have passed the last round. It would be such an honorable thing for a group of them to appear in the first round of the battle. Lu Xiu said with a smile. Lu Xiu, shut up. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiu was mocking him. How could so many people from the Thousand River region have passed the last round? Even if only one person had passed, he would laugh his head off. Haha, calm down, calm down. Lu Xiu laughed, which almost made Zhao Sui vomit blood. It seems that the geniuses from the Thousand River region have died in the battle. I wonder which powerful area did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Xiu thought to himself. Carefree. It was too carefree. Seeing Zhao Sui's expression, Lu Xiu felt extremely carefree. In the past, it had always been the other way around. Soon half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where are the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? Ah. Only 4 people from the Yangchuan Valley area have become Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Impossible. Loud roars could be heard. Half an hour had passed. Even if they had passed the next round, they should have failed and come out. However, they had yet to come out, which meant that they had most likely died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Among them, the leaders of the Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range area were the loudest. They were a super region, and had as many geniuses as there were clouds in the sky. At the very least, there would be 34 of them who could become Empyrean Divine Guards. But now there were only 2 or 3 Tom, Dick, and Harry. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The leading elders of some regions were beaming with joy. This was because many of their regions had succeeded, and some had even exceeded their expectations. This time around, there are already 820 Dtion Divine Guards. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is really full of geniuses. That's right. In the past, it would be considered good if there were 500 participants. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it would be considered good if there were 2,000 participants. This time, it's going to be far more than that. Now let's see how many people can make it to the first stage. I estimate that there will be more than 12. On our side, there are 13 super regions. The strongest person from each super region should be able to reach the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse? Just wait and see. Look, there are fluctuations coming from the battle platform of the first level. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. Who could it be? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle platform at the bottom. Buzz. The space trembled, and a young figure appeared. This young man was wearing a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Zongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a genius from the 13 super regions. He's the first to pass the level. Could it be that he can suppress the geniuses from the super regions? Everyone was discussing. Especially the leading elders, they were all guessing. Haha, this person is the peerless genius of the Dragon Burial Abyss, Zongsheng. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. What? Someone from the Dragon Burial Abyss? The Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared? I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the Dragon Burial Abyss. It's really shocking. The surrounding audience exclaimed. Below, on the battle platform, Zongsheng looked around when he appeared. When he found that he was alone, his face was filled with joy. Haha, this time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Heavenly Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Zongsheng roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. Someone shouted. Another wave of energy appeared on the battle stage, and a silhouette appeared. Qiu Changkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Changkong. Lu Xiu was stunned. Then his body trembled in excitement and he shouted. Haha, this is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Xiu never expected that someone would be able to reach the last level. Lu Xiu's roar caused an uproar. What? The genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? How is that possible? The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a godforsaken place. How can someone reach the last level? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. Everyone was talking about it. No, it's impossible. Zhao Sui shouted. He had seen Qiu Changkong before. At this moment he really couldn't believe it. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he looked around and saw Zongsheng. He snorted coldly and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. How could he be faster than him? Zongsheng didn't back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret chamber in the assessment area, Lu Ming shouted and punched out continuously. Fist shadows were everywhere. Finally, with a bang, the fist force disappeared and Lu Ming withdrew his fist. In the next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations. You've passed this stage to test your comprehension ability. Next, there's still the final stage. After speaking, the old man waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Lu Ming found himself on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the previous man. However, this time, the middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura. It was several times stronger than before. Half-Step King. This time it was a Half-Step King. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage, and Half-Step King seemed to be only one step away. However, the gap was huge. If one had to talk about the gap, an ordinary Half-Step King was 2 levels higher than a peak Martial Ancestor Realm 9th stage martial artist. Yes, 2 levels higher. As long as you can defeat me, you pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. This round was too difficult. He estimated that not many people would pass. At the very least, one had to be a peak martial ancestor realm 8th stage martial artist. Moreover, one had to be a 4-battle genius to pass. Kill. Suddenly the middle-aged man roared. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged towards Lu Ming. Spear light shot out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Chapter 422. Boom. A terrifying power burst out as if it could shatter everything. The spear light was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. With a boom, the spear light exploded, and the surging energy surged forward. Pung. The middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. One move. With just one move, a half-step king-level figure was killed by Lu Ming. Half a year ago, during the Battle of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a half-step king was an invincible existence to Lu Ming. They were the undisputed overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. But now, only half a year had passed, and Lu Ming could kill a half-step king in one move. Who would believe that? In the past half a year, Lu Ming's progress could be described as godly. The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. Then the platform glowed, and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a fighting ring. The other directions of the fighting stage were blocked by a light screen. Only the east side had a fan-shaped spectator stand full of people. At this time, Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the area where the captains were sitting, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the fighting ring below. Then his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. "Hey Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you trembling? Don't tell me you've gone mad." Seeing Lu Xiao's appearance, the leader of a small area asked in confusion. No. I saw another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range past the last round. I was excited." Lu Xiao stammered. "Good." The leader nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What did you say? Another person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range past the last round? Are you kidding? How is that possible?" His eyes were full of disbelief. It's true. Although I'm also surprised, it's true." Lu Xiao's voice was trembling. In truth, even he found it hard to believe and wondered if he was dreaming. Lu Xiao's words naturally entered the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads, half believing and half doubting. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was so small. How could 2 people pass the last test? It never happened. Occasionally, it was possible for a person to pass through a small area. It had happened before in history. One had to know that in most of the super large areas, only one person would pass through. Sometimes, no one would pass through. However, there was one person who was an exception. And that was the leading elder of the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. He knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there were actually 2 people who had passed the last round. As for the Thousand River Water region, there were only 1 or 2 people who had become Dtion Divine Guards. Those geniuses who were ranked at the top were all gone. Comparing the two, the Thousand River Water region was simply too miserable, too horrible to look at. How could this be? Zhao Sui kept growling, and his eyes were red. He found it hard to accept this fact. Until now, those geniuses in the Thousand River Water region had not appeared. He knew that most of them had fallen. In the area where the Dtion Divine Guards were prepared, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming. It's actually Lu Ming. He also passed the last round? How could this be? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled, and the person he saw was still Lu Ming. So Lu Ming is actually so strong. No wonder Jian Fengyan's attitude towards him is so good. I'm so stupid, I should have known. Jiang Hongwen muttered. He recalled that before entering the assessment ground, he had advised Lu Ming to hide as far away as possible when he saw Qiu Changkong. He felt his face burning. Lu Ming's strength was probably not much weaker than Qiu Changkong's. He might even be a genius of the same level. Especially when he recalled that his attitude towards Lu Ming was not that good. He felt uneasy. He wanted to give himself a slap. If Lu Ming held a grudge against him, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Ditian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyan smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last round. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He looked around and sized up his surroundings. He realized that there were already 7 to 8 people on the platform. Brat, it's you? You're not dead? Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At this moment, Zhongsheng was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. How could I die when you're not dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zhongsheng's eyes flickered and he said coldly, good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hehe, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body dry. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming. At this moment, a low roar sounded from the other side. Lu Ming looked over, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. Qiu Changkong. To be honest, Lu Ming did not expect Qiu Changkong to appear here. It seems like it has something to do with his master. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that not only did you not die in the Dongming ancient battlefield, but you also managed to make it here. This is really out of my expectations. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old fogey father. I'll just kill you directly. Qiu Changkong stared at Lu Ming and said with killing intent. Very well. Let's settle our grudges once and for all. Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras rose into the air and confronted each other. Before the final battle began, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Zhongsheng had already clashed. The battle hasn't started yet. No one is allowed to attack. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a monstrous aura. His aura was extremely hot and he stood in the sky like a sun, causing the sky to distort. A terrifying and boundless pressure spread out from his body. Chapter 423. He's the guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the burly man. What? The guardian of the Hall of Fire of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Everyone was shocked. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was an extremely powerful figure with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. In the eastern part of the Tianxian domain, he was definitely a famous figure. Of course, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wasn't the main palace, but the eastern branch of the Tianxian domain. On the battle stage, Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong snorted as they withdrew their auras. Lu Ming sneered as he withdrew his aura. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled slightly as a figure with a long sword on his back appeared. Xianfeng from the ancient Desolation City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming did not see Xianfeng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Denver. As expected, Xianfeng was still alive. With Xianfeng's combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the final stage. Humph. A cold voice resounded as Zhongsheng looked at Xianfeng with a sinister gaze. Clang. A sword chime resounded as Xianfeng emitted a powerful sword aura. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Zhongsheng. Hehe, all of you have appeared. All right, let's settle this once and for all. Zhongsheng sneered. Xianfeng also saw the guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the sky. He withdrew his aura and walked to the side. The spectators on the spectator stand were extremely excited. The stronger the smell of gunpowder between the geniuses, the more excited they were because the upcoming battle would be even more intense. The battle stage quietened down as time passed slowly. On the battle stage, the space trembled from time to time as people appeared. Soon, the number of people increased to more than a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. All right, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment ground. The guardian of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is this possible? Why are there so few geniuses from the Phoenix Lake? Where is Huang Qixuan? Where did he go? Sunspring Valley as well. Where is Sun Chu? Protector, is there a mistake? My Scarlet Flame Mountain Range's Bufifan is a peerless genius. He will definitely make it to the final stage. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, and even the elders of another super region all cried out in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If you don't show up, it means that you died inside. It means that you don't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged protector scolded as he looked coldly at the elders who were leading the teams. The several captains immediately kept quiet out of fear, shivering all over, not daring to say a word. All right, the previous assessment is over. Now, we will proceed to the final showdown. The purpose of this showdown is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the Eastern Sky. What are the Eastern Sky divine guards? I'm sure you all are clear about it. Here, I'll be long-winded again. When you were teleported into the Eastern Dark Ancient Battlefield, you were automatically distributed to the 4 directions of the battlefield. The Eastern Sky, Western Sky, Eastern Sky, and Western Sky. Your group belongs to the Eastern Sky. Therefore, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are the strongest. The 4 Heavenly Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Eastern Sky Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. Many of them already knew about this point. Therefore, in this showdown, the 2nd and 3rd place are not important. The most important thing is the 1st place. I'll say it again. The most important thing is the 1st place. The middle-aged protector said loudly, his voice spreading throughout the region. On the platform, all the youth's eyes lit up, and their bodies emitted a strong fighting spirit. On the platform, there were a total of 17 young men and women. Each of them was a genius among geniuses. Each of them possessed rare talent. They had absolute confidence in themselves, confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice sounded, coming from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body as if he was cast in steel. Tai Quanzhong, it's fine that you're the overlord of Iron Peak. But now you want to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're dreaming. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to me. A blue-haired beautiful woman said in a very domineering manner. Haha, Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and give birth to a child. You want to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. What did you say? The blue-haired beauty Ao Feishuan glared at him. A group of trash wants to take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're daydreaming. Zongsheng curled his lips and sneered. Arrogant. You're courting death. Zongsheng's words aroused the anger of the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at Zongsheng with murderous intent. Zongsheng smiled faintly, not caring at all. Enough. At this time, the middle-aged protector spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Here's a jade token. Take it. The middle-aged protector waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens flew out, 1 for each person. Everyone took the jade tokens in their hands. Now engrave your information on the jade token. Wait a moment, I'll use this jade token to draw lots. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved, and they engraved their information on the jade token. Then, they returned it to the middle-aged protector one by one. The middle-aged protector took a look at the jade token, and began to read. This time, a total of 17 people passed the last round. They are Zongsheng from Dragon Burial Abyss, Qiu Chongkong from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Quanzhong from Iron Peak, Lu Ming from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from Jadewave Lake. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one. In a few moments, all 17 names had been read out. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear it wrong? I heard 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? That remote place? You didn't hear it wrong, I heard it too. This is too fucking weird. There are 2 people from Cloud Emperor Mountain Range who passed the last round. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor mountain range is really crazy this time. The audience in the stands were in a heated discussion, and they were shocked. As for the elders from the various regions, they were all dumbfounded. There were really 2 people from Cloud Emperor mountain range who passed the last round. Previously, they thought Lu Xiao was talking nonsense. They didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. At this moment, Lu Xiao was trembling with excitement. The small Cloud Emperor mountain range had produced 2 such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be amazing. Brother Lu, when you become successful in the future, don't forget about me. Brother Lu, after this selection, I'll treat you to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come. Immediately, some of the other elders beside Lu Xiao, and even some elders from bigger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was so excited that he was about to burst into laughter. Chapter 424. Lu Xiao was about to burst out laughing. It felt so good. In the past, he was just a small elder in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was at the bottom of the hierarchy and was ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor mountain range was weak, and no one from the previous batch had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. This made him less and less valued. He had also dreamed that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would produce a few peerless geniuses, whose names would shake the world and make him proud and elated. However, he knew that it was just a dream and it was impossible. Now all of this had happened. How could he not be excited? Those who had looked down on him in the past had come to befriend him. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, it's all thanks to you. Lu Xiao sighed and looked at the 2 youths in the fighting ring. He was especially surprised by Lu Ming. He vaguely knew that Qiu Changkong had a backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable that Lu Ming could achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own efforts to reach this stage. This was what he valued more. Everyone was discussing, but most of them were talking about Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong. Cloud Emperor mountain range? On the fighting ring, some of the other geniuses looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong, their eyes flashing with surprise. Qiu Changkong's lips curled up, and he did not hide the pride on his face. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stood quietly by the side. Silence. The middle-aged guardian spoke, and the crowd quieted down. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are simple. You will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated until the strongest person is determined. During the battle, you are not allowed to take any elixirs or use any battle beasts. However, there is one rule, and that is that you are not allowed to kill your opponent. The middle-aged guardian announced. Not allowed to kill my opponent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that it was a pity. If he encountered Qiu Changkong, he would have to escape with his life again. Hehe, Lu Ming, right? You are lucky. Zhongxing chuckled. You're the lucky one. Lu Ming said. Really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you, Zhongxing said in a cold voice. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Qiu Changkong sneered. All right. Now, I have engraved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are respectively number 1 to number 16. There is one more jade plate that is not in use. All of you will draw lots respectively. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16. Number 2 will fight against number 15. Number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. The middle-aged man said. After saying that, he waved his hand, and 17 jade tokens floated in the air, emitting a hazy light that covered the numbers on them. I'll go first. Zhongsheng smiled coldly and reached out with his hand. A powerful suction force appeared and grabbed the jade token in his hand. Following that, the others followed suit and reached out their hands to grab a jade pendant. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade token. He held the jade token in his hand and injected his true qi. A number appeared on the jade token. No, it wasn't a number. It was a word, empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually drew an empty number in the first round. All right, tell me the numbers you've drawn. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 16. Zongsheng walked out first and flipped open his jade token. There was a number on it, 16. I'm number 3. Qiu Changkong walked out and flipped open his jade token. It was number 3. I'm number 5. I'm number 6. The youths flipped open their jade tokens one by one. Soon, they flipped open their jade tokens from number 1 to number 16. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Since he already had numbers from number 1 to 16, wouldn't the remaining jade tokens be empty? Lu Ming smiled slightly and flipped open his jade token. The word empty was written on it. As expected, he got an empty number. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is good, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on his strength. If he doesn't have the strength, he'll be miserable if he encounters an expert in the next round. That's true. Everyone on the spectator stand was discussing. Kid, you're lucky. Zongsheng glanced coldly at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming didn't even bother to look at him and directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in talking too much. When the time was right, he would beat him until even his mother couldn't recognize him. Now the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. The rest of you, retreat to the side. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the side. Only Zongsheng and a young man in a brocade robe were left. Zongsheng's face revealed a sinister smile. He stared at the young man in a brocade robe and said, Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise you'll suffer later. He admit defeat? There's no such word in my dictionary. I've been annoyed by your arrogance for a long time. I hope your strength won't disappoint me. The young man in a brocade robe smiled proudly. You'll regret it soon. Zongsheng sneered. The atmosphere was already tense before the battle even started. On the spectator stands, everyone was also discussing animatedly, expressing their own opinions. That's the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhangfei. Who do you think will win? I think it'll be Zongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. He's the first person to pass the stage and appear here. I don't think so. The first person to pass the stage doesn't necessarily mean that he's the strongest. That's true. Boom. Boom. Just as everyone was discussing, 2 powerful auras burst out. Then 2 figures rushed toward each other like lightning. Jade Cutting Palm. Blood Dragon Claw. Boom. A loud explosion was heard, and a terrifying airwave swept out. Blood red and jade green light erupted and filled the entire fighting ring. Bang. In the next moment, a scream was heard. A figure flew backward like a cannonball and vomited blood in the air. It was the young man in a brocade robe from the Yushu Plain, Yu Zhangfei. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Yu Zhangfei, the strongest genius from the Yushu Plain region, was sent flying with a single blow and vomited blood. How could this be? Judging from the aura that Yu Zhangfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Moreover, he was a battle-for genius. How could such an expert be sent flying with a single blow from Zongsheng? How terrifying was Zongsheng? Haha, I thought you were strong. Turns out you're just trash. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. Zongsheng sneered. Then his body moved and appeared above Yu Zhangfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Zhangfei coldly. Back off. Yu Zhangfei was shocked. He used all his strength and threw out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear like jade. Chapter 425. Bang. Yu Changkong's entire body slammed heavily onto the battle stage, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. Yu Changkong vomited mouthfuls of blood. Trash, trash. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. Zongsheng sneered. Then he kicked Yu Zhangfei's head. Yu Zhangfei's body flew out like a broken gunny sack and fell off the fighting ring. He fainted after falling down from the fighting ring. Bang. An old man rose from the spectator stand and yelled furiously. Zongsheng, aren't you being too cruel? Yu Changfei has obviously been defeated, yet you're still beating him up. You're breaking the rules. The old man was the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. Old man, what are you yelling for? I didn't kill him. How is this breaking the rules? Zongsheng said with a cold smile. You. The leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe blushed as he glanced at the middle-aged custodian and said, Custodian, Is this considered breaking the rules? He's not dead yet, so it doesn't count. The middle-aged custodian's simple answer stunned the leading elder of the Hollow Jade tribe. He then sat down with a pale face. Zhongsheng laughed proudly. This Zhongsheng is indeed terrifying. As expected of the first genius to have a breakthrough. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm. And it's not as simple as the early stage or middle stage martial ancestor realm. He didn't even use his full strength. The crowd discussed. The other geniuses around the fighting ring glanced at Zhongsheng with stern looks. Zhongsheng's strength gave them great pressure. This Zhongsheng's improvement must be related to the blood of Bufifan and the other geniuses. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Previously at the Dragon's Cave, Zhongsheng's strength should be on par with Huang Qixuan, Bufifan, and Yu Changfei's. However, he was now much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhongsheng wins this round at the Dragon Burial Abyss. Let the next round begin. The middle-aged custodian announced. Zhongsheng walked to the side of the fighting ring. Two figures appeared at the center of the fighting ring with a flicker. This time, it was still two geniuses from the super districts, a man and a woman. However, their cultivations were slightly stronger than Yu Changfei's. The reason being that their cultivations had both broken through to the early stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm, and they were both Battle 4 geniuses. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, using all sorts of ultimate moves and killing moves, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The two of them fought for more than 200 moves before the woman won by a fluke. Then the third battle began. In this battle, Qiu Changkong went up and his opponent was actually Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak region. Tai Quanzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were like steel and filled with power. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. Brat, are you from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? To be able to walk out of that small place and reach this step is already not bad. However, it will end here. Tai Quanzhong said contemptuously. You're still far from it. Qiu Changkong was extremely confident. Really? I'll beat you into a pig's head. Boom. Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the entire battle stage to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled, and a terrifying aura spread out. The early stage of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was Tai Quanzhong's cultivation. Iron-crushing fist. Boom. Tai Quanzhong roared and punched out. A terrifying fist force violently blasted towards Qiu Changkong. Thunder sword slash. Qiu Changkong shouted. In the next moment, crimson lightning flashed on his body. The crimson lightning violently slashed out with his combat sword, forming a crimson lightning sword. Boom. The crimson lightning sword and Tai Quanzhong's fist collided. In the next moment, bang, 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 Tai Quanzhong's body trembled and his expression changed drastically. He took 9 steps back, and with each step, the entire battle stage rumbled. Tai Quanzhong was at a disadvantage in this move. The spectators were shocked. They did not expect Qiu Changkong to be so strong. Damn it! Tai Quanzhong roared. In the next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. This crocodile was more than 20 meters long, and was covered with iron armor. This was the armored demonic crocodile. A powerful beast that was extremely ferocious and could compete with a dragon. There were 6 silver chakras around the armored demonic crocodile. Roar. The armored demonic crocodile roared and charged into Tai Quanzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Quanzhong's already very tall and sturdy body swelled up again. And his aura became even stronger. Bloodline? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Qiu Changkong sneered. In the next moment, a crimson lightning ball appeared above his head. Sizzle. The crimson lightning ball sizzled, and lightning surrounded it, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Crimson Flame Profound Bomb. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and it was a natural type bloodline. The same type of bloodline was actually divided into many types. For example, the Fire Bloodline, Ice Bloodline, and Thunder Bloodline were divided into many smaller types. Some were strong, and some were weak. The Crimson Flame Profound Bomb was considered strong among the Thunder Bloodlines. Around the Thunder Bloodline, there were 6 silver chakras shining. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw Qiu Changkong's bloodline. Qiu Changkong's second bloodline was also a level 6 king class. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't be compared to him. Qiu Changkong unleashed his bloodline, and his aura became stronger. His body was covered with the power of lightning. Thundersword Annihilation. Swoosh. A thundersword instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Tai Guangzhong. Tai Guangzhong roared, and his body shook. He was like a steel giant, and he charged towards Qiu Changkong. Boom. There was another deafening explosion, and Tai Guangzhong cried out in pain. His huge body flew far away, and he fell to the ground. His steel-like body was covered with lightning, and it was also covered with blood vessels. Defeated. Tai Guangzhong was defeated. He couldn't even fight back in front of Qiu Changkong. Countless people were shocked. This young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range was so terrifying. On the spectator stand, Lu Xiu was trembling with excitement. The two geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had both entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, wasn't it? At the edge of the fighting stage, Zhang Sheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Qiu Changkong with a serious expression. What a powerful aura. No, it can't be called aura anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Qiu Changkong have during this period? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu Changkong's cultivation was only at the early level 9 martial ancestor realm, but his aura was extremely powerful. Lu Ming felt that his aura contained a trace of intent. This was something that only a half-step king could grasp. Interesting, interesting. Lu Ming muttered, and his battle intent surged. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Qiu Changkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Chapter 426. Next, number 4 versus number 13. The middle-aged custodian announced. Two more peerless geniuses were sent onto the stage. Without further ado, the battle began. Both of them were geniuses who had won 4 battles, but one of them had reached the early stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the 9th layer martial ancestor realm geniuses had an absolute advantage and defeated their opponents. The battles continued as the geniuses stepped forward one after another. Lu Ming discovered that some of the geniuses possessed outstanding cultivations. One of them had reached the late stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, while the other had reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm. Xian Feng was sent onto the stage too. His cultivation had improved tremendously as well, reaching the mid-stage of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, allowing him to enter the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, the 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 geniuses who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming who had received a bye, there were 9 of them in total. The remaining 8 geniuses were thus eliminated. The middle-aged enforcer took their jade tablets back, leaving only the jade tablets numbered 1 to 8, and of course, the jade tablet with the free pass. The middle-aged custodian waved his hand and emitted his qi, which encapsulated the 9 badges and erased all traces on them. This was to prevent anyone from tampering with the badges and leaving their auras or marks. Following this, the 9 badges floated in the air while emitting a faint glow. The rules are the same as before. There are 8 badges numbered 1 to 8. Draw lots to determine your opponent. Number 1 against number 8, number 2 against number 7, and so on. The one who draws the by Jade badge will proceed to the next round. The middle-aged custodian announced. I'll go first. Zhang Sheng was still extremely confident. He waved his hand and summoned a badge into his hand. Following this, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, and the others each drew a badge. Who will draw the by Jade badge this time? In the spectator seats, everyone's eyes were bright, and they were very curious. Although the winner of the by Jade badge might not necessarily secure the throne of the divine guards of the eastern sky, it would greatly reduce the consumption of qi and stamina, making the next round easier. On the stage, the crowd checked their badges. Lu Ming also flipped the jade token to take a look. He was instantly stunned at one glance. By another by. Lu Ming actually drew the by jade card again. My luck is too good. I've drawn the by jade token twice in a row. Lu Ming mumbled, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really did not want to get the Bai Jade token. If he always got the Bai, how could he torture Chiu Changkong? Now give me your numbers. The middle-aged man said. I'm number 6. Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. I'm number 5. Chiu Changkong said. I'm number 1. I'm number 3. The remaining people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased, there were only 2 people left. One was Lu Ming, and the other was a fatty with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. That Lu Ming hasn't reported his number yet. Could it be that he's going to get a Bai again? That shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the empty round card twice in a row? I'm number 8. While everyone was discussing, the fatty with big eyes opened the jade token. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze, and reported his number loudly. Immediately, swish swish, countless gazes fell on Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again. It's actually him again. It's really him. How is this possible? Did he run into dogshit luck? He really ran into dogshit luck. After drawing the Bai Jade token, he directly entered the 3rd round. The audience was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. In the elders area, Lu Xiu was also a little stunned. How could this be? Didn't Lu Ming directly enter the 3rd round? Countless envious gazes fell on Lu Xiu. If Lu Ming's luck was good, didn't that mean Lu Xiu's luck was good as well? Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, the higher his ranking, the higher Lu Xiu's reward would be. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged law enforcer looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and opened his jade token. He said helplessly, I got the Bai Jade token. As expected. It's him again. Everyone roared in their hearts. All right, now that the drawing of lots is over, the battle begins, number 1 against number 8. The middle-aged law enforcer announced. 2 figures walked to the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xianfeng. The others walked to the edge of the stage. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you'll fall in the future without any abilities. Chiu Changkong walked past Lu Ming and said coldly. Is that so? Let me tell you. I got the Bai Jade token because your luck is good. I'll let you be rampant for a few more rounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, you're good at talking. Killing intent flashed across Chiu Changkong's eyes. He walked to the side and did not say anything else. Chiu Changkong, I hope you can walk to the end. Otherwise, how can I beat you? Lu Ming thought to himself. Boom. A great battle broke out in the center of the stage. Yuan Feng sword art. Gallop of the barbarian statue. 2 loud shouts were heard. Xianfeng's sword chi swept across the sky, as if it could cut the sky. It was extremely terrifying. As for the big-eyed fatty, his combat strength was also very strong. He was like a giant barbarian statue, charging around and destroying Xianfeng's sword chi. The 2 of them exchanged 50 to 60 blows. In the end, Xianfeng's cultivation was higher, while the big-eyed fatty was only at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 9. He could not defeat Xianfeng and lost. Xianfeng entered the 3rd round. The spectators could not help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient desolate city were indeed powerful. They were the best in the entire eastern Tianxian region. The battle continued. Soon it was Chiu Changkong's turn. His opponent was a middle-stage martial ancestor realm 9 genius, whose cultivation was higher than Chiu Changkong's. But surprisingly, he was still no match for Chiu Changkong. Chiu Changkong defeated his opponent in a crushing manner. Intent realm. That's intent realm. Chiu Changkong has actually comprehended a trace of thunder intent realm. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, he's really a genius. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor realm 9, he'll be a half-step king. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will most likely be him. There were many experts in the spectators, and many of them were half-step kings. Naturally, they saw through the secret. Lu Ming, do you see the gap between us? Do you feel despair? Chiu Changkong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Idiot! Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored it. You. Chiu Changkong felt as if he had punched the air. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Zongxing's turn. Chapter 427. Zongxing placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side in a domineering manner. He glanced at Chiu Changkong with a murderous gaze. As for Lu Ming, he completely ignored him. A guy who only relied on his luck was not worthy of his attention. After Zongxing, it was time for the final round. There was not much suspense in this round. One was a late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, while the other was an early-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Both of them had experienced 4 battles. Thus it was difficult for them to turn the tables when their cultivations were weaker. After exchanging over 20 blows, the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius emerged victorious. The late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm genius was called Song Yan. He was a genius from a huge region with a cold expression. At this moment, the 5 geniuses entering the 3rd round were born. They were Zongxing, Chiu Changkong, Xianfeng, Song Yan, and Lu Ming. That being said, Lu Ming was completely ignored by the crowd. Until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the crowd's opinion, he was only lucky. This time, the East Sky Divine Guards would be chosen among the 5 geniuses. Most of the crowd had high hopes for Zongxing and Chiu Changkong. Now let's proceed with the last draw. The rules are the same, number 1 to 4. The last one will be given a bye. The middle-aged judge announced. Following this, the judge erased the auras from the badges and placed the 5 badges in the air. This time, Lu Ming decided not to make a move. He stood there and waited. Zongxing, Chiu Changkong, and the others each chose a badge. Only the last badge was left, which Lu Ming kept. I wonder who will get the bye badge this time. No matter who it is, I bet it won't be Lu Ming. If he manages to get the bye badge, I'll take off my clothes and run around here. So cruel. Exactly, because I don't believe there's anyone with such good luck in this world. A variety of voices could be heard from the crowd. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped his badge over and glanced at it. His face was filled with a strange expression. By badge, he had drawn the by badge again. Even Lu Ming's lips were trembling when he drew the empty round card for the 3rd time. Report your numbers, the middle-aged man said. Number 1. Zongxing opened the jade tablet. I'm number 2. Qiu Weiyang opened the jade token. I'm number 4. Song Yan said. In the end, Xianfeng gave Lu Ming a strange look, opened the jade tag and said, I'm number 3. Silence. When Xianfeng flipped open the jade token, the entire place went silent. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. Then their eyes widened. A moment later, an earth-shattering clamor rang out. Nest, 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 it's him again, it's him again, it's him again. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? He got the bye card again, and directly entered the top 3. He entered the top 3 without even fighting. This is really blinding. This is too unfair. Some people were already speaking incoherently. Hey, what did you say just now? If Lu Ming draws the bye card again, you should strip naked and run away on the spot. Now hurry up. What? What? What did you say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscription master to take a look. The wretched man who threatened to strip naked pretended to be dumb, and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the rest, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. As for the middle-aged man from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, his eyelids were twitching non-stop. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and opening the jade token slowly and helplessly. The word "bye" was clearly written. I object, this is unfair. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. In an instant, all the voices disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's eyes were focused on the person who had shouted. The person who shouted that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. Big brother, you're the one who drew the buy card, and you're the one who drew the buy card again and again. Now you're actually shouting that it's unfair? If this was unfair, wouldn't the others vomit blood? Even Zhongsheng, Qiu Changkong, and the rest couldn't stop their mouths from twitching. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight and have their own opponents, but I don't. Every time, I have to watch others fight. It's so boring. It's unfair. Lu Ming shouted. He did think so in his heart. What the hell was he doing? If Qiu Changkong was defeated by others, how could he torture him? How could he avenge Lu Yintian? The others didn't know what he was thinking. In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Nestle, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of others. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Heavens, earth, send down a bolt of lightning and strike him to death. The place was in an uproar. Others couldn't even draw the buy card even if they wanted to. Yet he got it every time and even felt uncomfortable about it. Protector, why don't I exchange with someone else? Xianfeng, it's him. I'll exchange with him. Lu Ming said. Xianfeng's opponent happened to be Qiu Changkong. No, this is the rule of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The rules can't be ignored. Since you've drawn the buy card, you'll get the buy card. The middle-aged man said while gritting his teeth. He had never mentioned the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Because of this. I see. Sigh, alright then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. With a wave of his hand, he actually took out a chair and sat down. He stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He had a look of reluctance and helplessness on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyan and the others felt the same. They couldn't wait to slash Lu Ming with their swords. He was really too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed dryly a few times before saying, "Silence." Only then did the place slowly quiet down. Alright, next, the battle begins. Number 1, Zhongsheng, versus number 4, Song Yan. The middle-aged man announced. Qiu Changkong and Xianfeng walked to the side, leaving only Zhongsheng and Song Yan in the center of the platform. Song Yan, right? Hurry up and admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Zhongsheng looked at Song Yan with contempt. Shameless boasting. Zhongsheng, although you're strong, I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Song Yan held his battle saber, and his saber aura soared into the sky. With just you? You want to get the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll show you the gap between us. Boom. Chapter 428. Zhongshou's aura burst out, and his essence surged like a smoke signal. His body was covered with powerful genuine qi, and the genuine qi flowed like liquid. Such terrifying genuine qi. He is at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Zhongshou has reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. Terrifying. It seems that no one is his match. Perhaps only Qiu Changkong, who has comprehended a bit of the intent realm, has a chance. Zhongshou's full strength burst out and caused a commotion. Many people were shocked. Previously, Zhongshou had not used his full strength and no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full strength, it was shocking. Song Yan also had a serious look in his eyes. Boundless saber. Song Yan shouted. Clang. Above his head, 8 huge sabers appeared. The sabers were engraved with boundless mountains. It was a marvelous sight. Moreover, the sabers were surrounded by 6 chakras. That was Song Yan's bloodline. It was a special bloodline. So what if you have a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhongshou roared. There was a flash of crimson light above his head, and a huge crimson dragon appeared. It was also a level 6 imperial bloodline. Their bloodlines had exploded, and their auras reached the peak. However, it was obvious that Zhongshou was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed down on Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed and he shouted, "Boundless mountain slash." Buzz. A dazzling saber radiance shot out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was dazzling and it slashed down on Zhongshou. Looks impressive but not impressive. Zhang Shou roared. He rushed up and his claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. The space rumbled as his claws pierced through the space and grabbed the saber radiance. Break. Zhang Shou roared and grabbed the saber radiance. It shattered like glass. Swoosh. Zhang Shou's body flashed and he pounced on Song Yan. In an instant, he was in front of Song Yan. Song Yan's face changed. He had not expected Zhang Shou to break through his attack so easily. Boundless earth-shattering blow. Song Yan roared and waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The two mountains were filled with boundless desolate qi. One protected Song Yan, and the other suppressed Zhang Shou. Dragon-devouring finger. Zhang Sheng snorted coldly and changed his claws into fingers. His fingers flickered with a pitch-black luster as they pierced towards the two boundless mountains. Bang! Bang! The two mountains exploded like balloons in Zhang Sheng's hand. The finger force did not stop, striking towards Song Yan. Clang! At the crucial moment, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of his body. With a loud clang, his body flew out like a cannonball as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves. How can buried life be so strong? Surpassing a battle for genius. Buried life definitely surpasses a battle for genius. He's somewhere between a battle 4 and a battle 5 genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There is actually someone who can surpass the 4th battle genius. Everyone in the audience was shocked beyond words. The strongest experts of the super regions were usually 4th battle geniuses. 4th battle geniuses were already the limit, and it was extremely rare for them to surpass the 4th battle geniuses. Every one of them was a rare genius. Life burial had actually reached this level. How terrifying. Whoosh. Now that Zhang Sheng had the upper hand, his attacks rained down on Song Yan like a storm. Dragon devour palm. Boom. Zhang Sheng turned his finger into a palm and struck towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was in an even worse state. Although he tried his best to block, he was still sent flying. He slid a few hundred meters along the fighting stage as blood splattered all over the ground. I surrender. I admit defeat. Song Yan yelled crazily as soon as he caught his breath. There was no need for him to continue fighting. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Zhang Sheng. Not only was his cultivation weaker, but his ability to fight against those with a higher cultivation level was also weaker. If he continued to fight, he would only be asking for a beating. Humph. Why didn't you just admit defeat? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhang Sheng snorted with contempt. Song Yan's face turned ugly. He struggled to get up and walked to the side of the fighting stage. Qiu Changkong looked at Zhang Sheng solemnly with a frown. Next battle, number 2 Qiu Changkong versus number 3 Xianfeng. The middle-aged guardian announced. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures flashed and appeared in the middle of the fighting stage. Qiu Changkong and Xianfeng carried their battle swords on their backs and stood straight. Xianfeng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Zhang Sheng. There's no need for you to struggle, Qiu Changkong said. Who knows if you'll win before the battle? Xianfeng's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He waved his hand and a battle sword appeared in his hand. Stubborn and ignorant. Then you'll lose, Qiu Changkong said coldly. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Two dazzling sword lights collided with each other. Qiu Changkong had comprehended the force of thunder and a trace of intent realm. On the other hand, Xianfeng had comprehended the force of metal. Both of their attacks were extremely domineering. Clang! Clang! The crowd could only see the two sword lights colliding in the air. In an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew back and stopped at the side of the fighting stage. It was Xianfeng. Puff! Xianfeng's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the crowd saw a deep sword wound on Xianfeng's chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. That was because the wound was filled with the power of thunder. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was evaporated by the power of thunder. Xianfeng, if it was a battle of life and death, you'd already be dead. Qiu Changkong looked at Xianfeng proudly. I've lost. Xianfeng sighed and did not say anything else. Although Xianfeng's cultivation was slightly higher than Qiu Changkong's, Qiu Changkong had comprehended a trace of the intent of thunder. The gap was too big and hard to make up for. Xianfeng was no match for him. Following Xianfeng's defeat, the crowd started to discuss again. The top two are out. Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard will definitely be one of them. Top two? Aren't they the top three? Top three? Lu Ming can forget about it. He relied on luck to get here. When the battle starts, he'll be lucky if he can block one of Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng's attacks. That's true. Did you guys notice that none of the top three are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that there would be two people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that would enter the top three. Although one of them relied on luck, I still have to congratulate him. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiao. Luck. Lu Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. At the side, Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. This battle is won by Qiu Changkong. Now the top three are out. Next, the three of you will take turns to fight. The one who wins all of them will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Chapter 429. Aya, it's finally my turn to fight. I'm about to fall asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. With a wave of his hand, he put away the chair and walked toward the center of the fighting ring. This guy. The others were speechless. The battle between Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng ended in a few moves. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who were defeated. They were gritting their teeth. I'm actually ranked behind this guy. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Yeah, this guy is purely lucky. If I meet him, I'll finish him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth as they discussed. They didn't lower their voices. Their voices were heard by many people. Lu Ming naturally heard it too. Hee. Lu Ming laughed and came to the center of the stage. He stood in a triangle with Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me finish him first. Zongsheng's eyes flashed coldly. A powerful aura burst out from his body and suppressed Lu Ming. Clang. With a flash of sword light, Qiu Changkong unsheathed his sword and cut off Zongsheng's aura. He said coldly, he's mine. Zongsheng, I'll finish him first and then fight you. Yours? Why? I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. This time, I must finish him. Qiu Changkong, don't worry. I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him in 2 moves. Zongsheng said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Qiu Changkong didn't budge. The audience was stunned for a moment before they sighed. Lu Ming is finished. Zongsheng and Qiu Changkong have their eyes on him. Does this guy have a grudge with both Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, I'd admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll take off all my clothes and run around the place. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense, such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said that you can't go back on your word. I will never go back on my word. Prepare the Dtian Divine Guards and the Dtian Divine Guard region. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others had worried looks in their eyes. Lu Ming, will you admit defeat? The Sword Wind and Cloud whispered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he could not win, he would still fight. Boom. Boom. On the platform, 2 auras erupted, clashing against each other. They were Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng. Zongsheng, Lu Ming and I are from the same country. We have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Qiu Changkong stared at Zongsheng. He has a grudge with you? Haha, let me tell you, he has a grudge with me as well. I have to deal with him personally. Burial path. At the side, Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows dared to treat him like air, like dough that could be kneaded at will. In that case, you 2 are so noisy and full of nonsense. Are you done yet? If you're done, then come at me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's faint voice spread out. but it swept across the entire place like a storm. Everyone at the scene was petrified in an instant. They only knew to open their eyes wide and stare blankly at the platform. After a while, there was an earth-shattering uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean? He wants to challenge Qiu Changkong and Zhangxing at the same time. He's crazy, he's crazy. Did he get the empty round card 3 times in a row and his brain was damaged? Challenging Qiu Changkong and Zhangxing at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know he knows that he can't kill in this battle. He wants to use this to cause a commotion and gain fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. It makes sense, it makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you'll strip naked and run around? Now quick. Don't go back on your words. Ah. It's over, my eyes are blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber. After saying that, the person quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really slip away, but secretly hid in a corner and watched the battle. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Oh my, I knew he was going to act shamelessly. Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming's actions are indeed unexpected, Jian Fengyun exclaimed. He originally thought that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat and would accept the challenge, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually challenge Qiu Changkong and Zhangxing at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also shocked and looked at Lu Ming curiously. As for Qiu Changkong and Zhangxing, they were completely stunned. The two of them were stunned and thought that they had heard wrongly. What? What did you say? Zhangxing repeated. Are you deaf? I said to let the two of you come at me together. Stop wasting my time. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha! Qiu Changkong suddenly burst into laughter and said, Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to throw caution to the wind? Do you want to use the rule of not taking your life to show your pride and courage? All right, I'll break all the bones in your body later. I'll see how you're going to show your pride and courage then. Qiu Changkong also thought that Lu Ming was using the rule of not taking lives to show himself. However, if he couldn't take lives, Qiu Changkong had many ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Qiu Changkong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, I admit defeat? Haha, I admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll withdraw from the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong sneered. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At this moment, Zhangxing looked at the middle-aged guardian. Yes, the rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge 2 people at the same time. The middle-aged guardian nodded. All right. Zhangxing looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qiu Changkong, since he's asking for death, let's satisfy him. Before he admits defeat, break all the bones in his body. I'll take care of the left side and you take care of the right side. We'll fight after we finish him off. All right, let's do it. Qiu Changkong said with a ferocious expression. Are you done discussing? If you are, let's do it. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, he stomped his foot towards Qiu Changkong's face. 9 dragons ascending sky steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. When he took a step, the whole world rumbled, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong was shocked. Qiu Changkong was taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to strike as he pleased. Moreover, the power of this kick was too terrifying. Chapter 430. Blood Dragon Claw. Zhangxing reacted in time, and threw out Claw Radiance. Chi. The force of the Claw Radiance kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. However, the two of them were in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept counteracting the power of Lu Ming's kick, they couldn't stop it completely. Lu Ming continued to step forward. Bam! He crushed the lightning ball in front of Qiu Changkong and stomped on his face. Qiu Changkong screamed and his body flew back. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he stood up. However, his face was swollen and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, especially the footprint that was clearly imprinted on Qiu Changkong's face. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He actually made a move as he pleased without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He kicked Qiu Changkong away in front of Zongxing and Qiu Changkong. If he wasn't strong enough, even a sneak attack wouldn't work. However, Lu Ming was able to do it. It was enough to show how strong he was. Ah! Qiu Changkong screamed crazily. He was furious. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you, Qiu Changkong roared. He was completely crazy. His body was covered in lightning as he unleashed his full strength without holding back. Thunder Sword, destruction of the world. His battle sword was unsheathed, and a sword of thunder and lightning seemed to have come from the heavens, cutting through the firmament. Dragon Devouring Finger. At the same time, Zongxing also attacked and used his trump card. There was no doubt that both of them had activated their bloodline power. The two of them attacked at the same time, and their power was boundless. It was as if they could destroy everything. They attacked Lu Ming. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the fighting ring. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? Although Lu Ming's kick earlier contained a powerful force, Qiu Changkong had only been hit by it due to a moment of carelessness. That was what most people thought. Now facing the full strength of Qiu Changkong and Zongxing, did Lu Ming still have a chance? He wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? That would be breaking the rules. Bang! Lu Ming bent his legs and then bounced up. His figure soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Kill! Zongsheng and Qiu Changkong roared. They changed the direction of their attacks and continued to attack Lu Ming. Escaped? Who escaped? Lu Ming whispered as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! A huge steel rushed out while 5 silver chakras flashed before rushing back into Lu Ming's body. 5 chakras, 5th grade king class bloodline. Lu Ming only has a 5th grade king class bloodline. Did you see that? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng at the same time. What a joke! It turns out that he has been relying on luck all this time. That kick earlier was just a deliberate move. As soon as Lu Ming's aura erupted, it caused a wave of contempt and mockery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qiu Changkong and Zongsheng's attacks instantly closed in on Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step forward. The roar of a dragon resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A mighty force pressed down. This move again. Break for me. Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of lightning force, raising his attack power to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword exploded and broke Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. At the same time, Zongsheng pointed his finger, and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps instantly collapsed. The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's face was calm as he took another step forward. The second step was the second step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. It was another step on the foundation of the first step. Each step of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was stronger than the previous one. With each additional step, the power would increase crazily. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his true qi, the second step was comparable to the first stage of a heaven-class martial skill. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if a true dragon was inspecting the world. The space shook violently and a crazy force gushed out. Bam! Bam! Zongsheng and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled as their expressions drastically changed. Their attacks instantly collapsed. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful energy gushing towards them. The two of them felt as though they had been struck by an immemorial mountain. Their bodies were like meteors as they fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two of them stepped on the fighting stage, and the platform rumbled. Their faces turned pale, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young man in the air in disbelief. He had repelled Zongsheng and Qiu Changkong's joint attack with one move, and he had even gained the upper hand. Is this Lu Ming's strength? This is unbelievable. Isn't this too terrifying? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Did I see wrongly? Did Lu Ming defeat Zongxing and Qiu Changkong in one move? Unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. How terrifying is he? How many battles does he have? How can this be? How can there be such a powerful genius in this world? Countless people were so shocked that they were speechless. Zhang Sheng was already at the peak of martial ancestor realm 9. He was one level higher than Lu Ming. Moreover, Zhang Sheng was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battles genius. In total, he was 5 levels higher than an ordinary peak martial ancestor realm 8. Lu Ming could still suppress Zhang Sheng. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming was a 6 battles genius? A 6 battles genius. Everyone's hearts trembled at the thought of this. A 4th battle genius was already a rare genius. Then what kind of concept was a 6th battle genius? The crowd could not imagine it. Previously, Lu Ming had drawn an empty round 3 times in a row. Everyone thought that he was just lucky and that he would have been defeated long ago if he were to fight. Now they realized that they were completely wrong. If Lu Ming were to fight, he would be able to defeat them easily. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had been defeated turned pale. In particular, a few of them had shamelessly said that if Lu Ming were to fight them, he would be able to defeat them in 3 moves. Now, their faces were burning and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the elders' area, Lu Xiu was stunned at first. Then his body began to tremble as if he was having a seizure. Excitement, he was really too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. Now he realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged guardian's eyes narrowed. Then he was pleasantly surprised. This time, a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged guardian was overjoyed. How can this be? This is impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the fighting ring, Qiu Changkong shouted hysterically. He could not accept this. Chapter 431. The 2 of them couldn't believe their eyes. Even with their combined strength, they were still defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. Their blood surged, and they almost vomited blood. What's so impossible about it? Just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced to the 7th level of the true dragon of combat arts, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a 5 battle talent. When he had mastered the heaven-level martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a 6 battle talent. A heaven-class martial technique was too powerful, and had a terrifying increase in battle strength. A heaven-class martial technique was extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. Many low-level kings didn't even have a heaven-class martial technique, or hadn't successfully cultivated one. From this, one could see how rare and powerful a heaven-class martial technique was. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was lower than Zhang Sheng's by a level, his battle strength was still half a level higher than Zhang Sheng's. Impossible, I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant. An ant that has always lived in my light. Qiu Changkong roared as the power of lightning radiated from his body. It was as if he was wearing a lightning coat. After comprehending a trace of lightning intent, he had already surpassed the power of lightning, and was about to completely control it. Once he completely comprehended the intent and condensed a rune, he would be able to completely control the intent of heaven and earth. For example, if someone comprehended the intent of fire and condensed a rune, he would be able to transform into a fire god and control all the flames in the world. If someone comprehended the intent of lightning, they would be able to control all the lightning in the world. That was already the king realm, and was extremely powerful. Qiu Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the intent of lightning, and was still far from condensing a rune. Kill! Lightning sword sky break! Qiu Changkong roared and used all his strength to execute his strongest move. Dragon devour palm. Zhang Sheng also threw a palm at Lu Ming. Feudal struggle. Qiu Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now open your dog eyes and see for me. Lu Ming's mocking voice rang out as the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. 3 arts of the dragon god, true dragon strike. As the long spear thrust out, the spiritual energy of the world surged wildly. A true dragon with 2 colors, green and red, appeared. The 2-colored true dragon was 100 meters long. With a loud roar, its roar shook the heavens and earth as it pounced towards Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, which required 2 forces to cultivate, was a true heaven-class martial skill. It was even stronger than the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Boom! The 2-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the 2. In the sky, an incomparably dazzling light shone. Then the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the dazzling light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the stage like cannonballs. They were Zongsheng and Qiuchangkong. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were like 2 toads, heavily falling on the fighting stage. The fighting stage rumbled, and the 2 of them coughed up blood. However, the gap between the 2 could be seen. Zongsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood and hurriedly got up. His body was covered in a bloody light as he stared at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. On the other hand, Qiuchangkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than Zongsheng's. Qiuchangkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ah! Qiuchangkong roared furiously. He was mad with hatred. He felt that he had been humiliated endlessly. He shouted crazily. Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword sect and kill your parents with my own hands. Ah! Qiuchangkong laughed crazily. Die. In response to Qiuchangkong, Lu Ming only said the word die coldly and mercilessly. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting an extremely cold killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a killing god. 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block. Dragon devour fist. Buried life roared. His palm turned into a fist, and he threw out 2 punches in a row. Qiuchangkong also roared and slashed out. Bam! A loud boom was heard and Lu Ming's first step was blocked. However, Lu Ming took a second step. Qiuchangkong screamed again, and was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out blood. Zongsheng's body slid a few hundred meters, and left a trail of blood on the fighting ring. 9 dragons stomping the sky. However, before the 2 of them could catch their breaths, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, he was aiming at Zongsheng. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zongsheng was finally scared. He screamed in horror and tried his best to resist. Bam! Zongsheng was pressed to the fighting ring by the power of the 9 dragons stomping the sky. He was almost flattened. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. He had no idea how many of his bones were broken. The whole place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world. A young and handsome figure was floating in the air. Whoosh! After a while, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Moreover, he won in an overwhelming manner. He's too powerful. Qiuchangkong and Zongsheng couldn't resist him at all. He's only at the peak of martial ancestor realm 8. Who said that he was just lucky? How is he lucky? It's obvious that the others are lucky. If he had gone up earlier, Qiuchangkong and Zongsheng wouldn't have made it to the last round. They might have been defeated by Lu Ming. I didn't say that. On the contrary, I always thought that since Lu Ming could draw an empty round card, he must be blessed by the heavens. He's definitely extraordinary. No, I don't remember you saying that. You were so sure that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. No way. There's definitely no such thing. I knew that he's a rare genius. Why would I mock him? Definitely not. The place was in an uproar. There were shouts and arguments. It was as if that was the only way to express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming reached out his hand and sucked Zongsheng's storage ring into his hand. No, you can't, Zongsheng roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming reprimanded. Zongsheng had killed countless geniuses in the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming was still thinking about it. Zongsheng's eyes turned red. There were endless resources in that storage ring. It was the capital for his rise. Now it was all in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was broken. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. Whoosh! He moved and appeared above Qiuchangkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm already injured. It's the same as losing. How dare you attack me? Qiu Changkong sneered and looked at Lu Ming. Lost. I didn't hear you admit defeat. Oh. I forgot that you said earlier that you would never admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll become a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm still injured. Can't you see that? It's the same as losing. Qiu Changkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Injured? Your injuries aren't serious enough. After saying that, Lu Ming took another step forward. Qiu Changkong shouted in horror. He wanted to resist, but he was already seriously injured. How could he have the strength to resist? Bang! Crackle! He followed in Zhang Sheng's footsteps. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken by Lu Ming. Earlier, Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng said that they wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body. Now both of them had their bones broken by Lu Ming as they wished. Oh Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You broke the rules. You broke the rules. Qiu Changkong roared hysterically. Where did I break the rules? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He condensed a qi spear in his hand. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 432. He was really scared. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. How audacious. Die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air and piercing towards Qiu Changkong with a terrifying force. No, save me. Qiu Changkong's courage almost broke. His mud-like body trembled crazily as he screamed hysterically. He screamed so miserably that he was about to cry. Buzz. At this moment, a blazing wave flashed by, and Lu Ming's spear light suddenly disappeared. It did not cause any fluctuation and disappeared just like that. A tall figure appeared on the battle stage. It was the middle-aged guardian. Lu Ming, the rules cannot be broken. If you break them and kill him now, it will be difficult for you to join the Empyrean Divine Guards. You have to prioritize. The middle-aged guardian said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that with the middle-aged guardian here, he could not kill Qiu Changkong today. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming understands. The middle-aged guardian nodded. Ha, I'm saved. Lu Ming, I must take revenge for this. I must take revenge 10 times, 100 times. Qiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart. His eyes flashed with incomparable resentment. Today Lu Ming humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries, the middle-aged man said. Immediately, a few people flew down and carried Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng away. Now, I announce that the Empyrean Divine Guards this time belongs to Lu Ming. Then the middle-aged guardian announced loudly. Whoosh! The whole place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. What a surprise, what a surprise. Lu Ming actually obtained the throne of the Empyrean Divine Guards. That's right. Who would have thought that after so many years, there would finally be a genius from a small region who would be able to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard. It's so rare to see a genius from a small region trying to become a Four Heavens Divine Guard. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to run into him. I am so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to chase him. A young girl in the prime of her youth screamed, her eyes shining. Everyone was too shocked. Lu Ming, 1 against 2, had actually obtained an overwhelming victory. This made everyone's jaws drop. In the area of the leading elders. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right, Brother Lu, you really have a discerning eye. You even managed to find such a genius. You even hit him so well before. Brother Lu, please take care of me in the future. Beside Lu Xiao, a group of elders were beaming with joy as they congratulated Lu Xiao. No, this was no longer congratulation. This was simply flattery. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Xiao responded to them one by one. However, his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he kept muttering. How could this be? How could this be? In the preparation area of the Empyrean Divine Guard, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Someone from my Cloud Emperor mountain range has won the Eastern Sky Divine Guard? Jiang Hongwen kept muttering, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, amazing, amazing. I am too far away from him. In the Empyrean Divine Guard area, Jian Fengyan sighed. However, there was no jealousy on his face. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the battle stage, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. You have exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Divine Palace. Don't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, protector. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged protector had no ill intentions towards him. Instead, he was kind. The reason why he stopped him from killing Qiu Changkong was to uphold the rules. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me in the Fire Palace. Later, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace who will show you around the Myriad Star City. Your reward will also be distributed to you. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you, protector. Lu Ming thanked him again. The middle-aged protector nodded with satisfaction and then announced loudly, all right, the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards has come to an end. A total of 1360 Empyrean Divine Guards have been selected. Deacon Huang, I will leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew onto the battle stage and said, Subordinate obeys. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then his figure moved and suddenly disappeared. No one saw how he disappeared. Is this a small success, King? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and revealed a yearning look. Although the Martial King realm was also divided into 9 levels, the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Moreover, the Martial King realm had several watersheds. Based on these watersheds, there were 4 titles. Level 1 to 3 Martial Kings were called Low Success Kings. Level 4 to 6 Martial Kings were called Small Success Kings. Level 7 to 9 Martial Kings were called Great Success Kings. Above the Great Accomplishment King level was the Peak King level. Among them, the difference between the 3rd layer to the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm and the 6th layer to the 7th layer Martial Emperor realm was extremely huge. The protectors of the Empyrean Divine Palace were said to be Small Success Kings. It was difficult to break through each level of the Martial King realm. Most of the kings in the Eastern Palace of the Empyrean Divine Palace were Low Success Kings. Small Success Kings were already famous experts. All right, prepare the Empyrean Divine Guards and stay here for the time being. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Empyrean Divine Guards, follow me. I will bring you to the Empyrean Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodations. Everyone, my surname is Huang. I am a deacon of the Empyrean Divine Palace. You can call me Deacon Huang. The deacon with the goatee said. Then Deacon Huang took the lead and flew into the sky. The 1360 official Empyrean Divine Guards also flew into the sky and followed Deacon Huang. Below them, countless eyes were looking at them, filled with envy. Once they became official Empyrean Divine Guards, not only would they enjoy excellent cultivation conditions, but they would also have great power and a high status. If they went to other empires, even the royal families of middle-tier and high-tier empires would have to be polite, let alone a low-tier one like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Divine Palace. Lu Ming and the others flew into the sky and looked down. They could see the entire huge building. Chapter 433. More than 1,000 people followed Administrator Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, they did not cause any commotion in the huge Myriad Star City. Myriad Star City was too big. Furthermore, there were too many experts. Countless people flew around in the sky every day. Everyone was already used to it. Due to the large number of people in the sky, flying in the sky of Myriad Star City had a speed limit. If there was no speed limit, one would not be able to control the speed of a few kilometers or even 10 kilometers in an instant. A large number of cultivators would crash into each other. At that time, they would not die in battle but collide with other cultivators. That would be awkward. Half an hour later, Administrator Huang led the crowd to a huge building. This building was a pavilion. It was 7 stories tall and looked extraordinarily majestic. There was a stone tablet in front of the pavilion with a row of words written on it. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Tianxian Region Eastern Branch. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region? It can't be, right? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. The others were the same. Although this pavilion was huge, it could not accommodate many people. It would be too shabby to say that this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Haha. Little fellows, watch carefully. Administrator Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and laughed. Following that, he took out a purple gold token and inserted his veritable energy. The purple gold token flickered with light and spread out. Suddenly, ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Administrator Huang smiled and stepped into the whirlpool. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Could there be another paradise? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and stepped in as well. The world suddenly changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge plaza. The plaza was at least 10 kilometers long and wide. The ground was actually paved with white jade. Inscriptions flickered on the white jade. More than 3,000 people all appeared in the plaza. In the square, there was an earth-shattering discussion. That is, Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of them was an endless stretch of vast mountains. Some of the peaks in the mountains were so tall that they reached into the clouds. They were extraordinarily majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and pagodas, all of them incomparably majestic, so much so that they were as tall as mountains. Spirit birds could be seen flying between the mountains and the palaces. The roars of strange beasts could also be heard, resounding throughout the world. At the same time, one could also see the silhouettes of martial artists shuttling back and forth in the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? It's actually in a plain. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is so dense, 5 or 6 times that of the myriad star city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he pondered. No wonder there was only one tower outside the myriad star city. Alright everyone. This is the real sub-palace of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Although it's only a small subplane, it's considered big among small subplanes. It's tens of millions of miles long and wide. It has abundant resources. Deacon Huang explained proudly. Traversing tens of millions of miles? It is indeed huge. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Actually, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of planes along the way. However, they were all small planes. There were very few medium-sized planes. This was because medium-sized planes were vast and boundless. The laws of heaven and earth were very complete, and could evolve into a world on their own. Only official Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards can enter this place to cultivate. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards do not have this qualification. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards live in the Myriad Star City, and have to go through tough training and tests before they can become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people nodded silently, rejoicing that they had become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. If they had become probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards, they would have had to go through a lot of training. Furthermore, the success rate would not have been high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I will help you with the procedures to join the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Please wait here for a while. Deacon Huang continued. Everyone saw a huge palace at the side of the plaza. People were coming and going in the palace. This was probably the place where they would go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young girl came to Deacon Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it. The storage ring flashed and a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your token, known as the Divine Guard token. It records your information in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. At the same time, when you go out, It also represents your identity as a Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. The Divine Guard token is made of purple gold cold iron. It is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders cannot copy it. The first one, Lu Ming, this is your Eastern Sky Divine Guard token. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Haha, little brother Lu, congratulations. There are many benefits to becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Not only do you have the qualification to enter the 100 God slope, but the place you live in is also different. Wait a moment, I will bring you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. Thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard represented a boundless future. Didn't you see that even Deacon Huang was polite to Lu Ming? He wanted to build a good relationship with him. Haha, no need to be polite. Next, Zongsheng. He is injured now. I will give it to him later. Deacon Huang took out another token. Next, Deacon Huang distributed the tokens one by one. Lu Ming had already walked to the side and took the token. He injected his true qi and looked at it. The token flickered with a faint light and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, from the Blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, 19 years old, Tianxian Domain's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards were divided into several ranks. First rank was the lowest. Above them were second rank, third rank, fourth rank. Lu Ming didn't know the highest rank. The others also looked at it one by one. Soon Deacon Huang finished distributing all the tokens. Now, I will bring you guys around the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Deacon Huang said. Then he flew towards the vast mountains. The others rose into the sky and followed him. I believe you guys know that the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has 9 halls, which correspond to wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, thunder, ice, and mountain. These are the 9 commonly seen intent realms of heaven and earth. But other than the 9 halls, there are a few other places in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the heaven-reaching pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The heaven-reaching pagoda is divided into many levels. You will get a corresponding reward for each level you pass. Chapter 434. There was a tall tower in front of them. It was dark and majestic. It covered an area of 100 acres and was as tall as the mountains. It was unknown how many floors there were. Tower of Babel. It really lives up to its name. Lu Ming exclaimed. Immediately, Deacon Huang led the group and continued forward. They passed mountain after mountain and palace after palace. Occasionally, experts would fly by and glance at them curiously. Those experts were young, around 27 or 28 years old. The older ones were around 30 years old. They were all in the golden age of martial artists. However, the auras of these young experts were extremely terrifying. Their auras were monstrous and unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that the weakest of them were half-step kings. Some of them were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step kings. Among Lu Ming and the group, many young geniuses were peerless geniuses in their respective regions. However, when they sensed the auras of these young experts, their faces turned pale. They were too weak. Cough cough, don't be discouraged. Many of these young experts are from the previous generation of Emperor Sky Divine Guards. They have cultivated for 5 more years than you. Naturally, they are very strong. After cultivating for 5 more years, you may not be weaker than them. Deacon Huang said loudly. That's right. I will definitely be stronger in the future. Me too. Many young people took a deep breath and cheered themselves up. They regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded with satisfaction. Soon, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It is extremely magical. After entering, you can observe the changes of the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. Deacon Huang introduced. What? It can help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. That's right. Not only can it help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help you comprehend the Force. Deacon Huang continued. What? It can help you comprehend the Force? Many young people's eyes lit up. Of course. The Tao Enlightenment Palace is second only to the 100 Gods Slope in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. It was built by the Palace Master of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, the Great Martial Emperor De. Deacon Huang said proudly. Martial Emperor De. Oh my God! The young men were astounded. De was an aloof martial emperor. He was one of the strongest people in the Divine Wasteland continent. He was extremely famous. His name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Enlightenment Palace was built by Emperor De. Just thinking about it made people excited. Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. Supreme Nanyang had helped him suppress the Nine Dragons' bloodline aura for 10 years. Now about a year had passed. There were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of Supreme Nine Suns would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor De. This was almost impossible, but Lu Ming would not give up. He was filled with motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. Hee, but I have to tell you that if you want to cultivate in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, you have to pay 100 spiritual crystals for 1 day. Deacon Huang smiled. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, that's too expensive. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A top-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 top-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for 1 day of cultivation. Everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their hearts suddenly became cold. With their wealth, even if they used up everything they had, they would only be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang smiled gently and did not say anything. He continued to fly forward. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky. Spiritual birds flew and auspicious beasts roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see that between the trees, there were many courtyards. They were stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire mountain. Nobody knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in Myriad Star City. This will be your residence. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Your courtyard number is marked on your Divine Guard tokens. You just need to check in with the correct number. Deacon Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. And there are some other wonderful places in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I won't show you one by one. You can slowly explore them later. After saying that, Deacon Huang flew to the front of Lu Ming and said with a smile, Little brother Lu, as an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, your courtyard is not in this area. It is on the mountain peak. There are 4 spiritual springs there. 4 courtyards have been built at the spiritual springs for the 4 heavenly divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built at the spiritual springs. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed. Countless gazes fell on Lu Ming, filled with envy. The spiritual springs was a place where spiritual chi erupted. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was unimaginably dense. Gazes of envy and jealousy were fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He did not expect the treatment of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be so good. No wonder everyone wanted to seize this position. Staying at the spiritual springs was also very beneficial for Lu Ming's cultivation. Little brother Lu Ming, let me bring you up. Deacon Huang said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Soon after, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the mountain peak, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Not only can Lu Ming stay at the spiritual springs he also has a spot to enter the 100 Gods Slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. Someone sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked his talent to be so good? We can't compare. Let's go find our own courtyards. Let's go. Immediately the youths flew down the mountain peak and walked towards those courtyards. Every courtyard was marked with a number. Everyone just had to check in according to the number. Lu Ming and Deacon Huang arrived at the mountain peak. Standing in the air, they could see that there was a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. It was filled with clouds and mist, like a fairyland. These were the courtyards where the 4 heavens divine guards lived. Because the mountain peak was too large, the 4 courtyards were at least a few miles apart from each other. The one in the east is your courtyard. Deacon Huang pointed at the courtyard in the east and introduced. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest first. This Huang will not disturb you. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 heavens divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. It needs your divine guard token to activate it. This is to prevent others from disturbing your cultivation, Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming thanks Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. Since others were showing goodwill to him, he naturally would not refuse. Chapter 435. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area and the building was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied with it. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was the divine guard token that Lu Ming had. Then Lu Ming injected his true qi into the token. The token shone with rays of light, and the rays of light extended into the courtyard. Buzz. The monastery trembled, and a curtain of light appeared. That curtain of light enveloped the entire monastery. At this moment, the light screen in front of the door split into 2. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to worry about others spying on his cultivation or secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in. Once Lu Ming entered, the light screen automatically closed. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge and flowing water. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. There were also 2 rooms and a living room. The courtyard was filled with dense qi. Spiritual qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a substance. It could be seen how dense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. Lu Ming carefully sensed that there was an endless amount of spiritual qi flowing out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and the 9 dragons' bloodline condensed. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Between heaven and earth, the extremely rich spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming. The endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline, and turned into Lu Ming's true qi. The true qi condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was incomparably pure. It continuously converged with Lu Ming's true qi and condensed Lu Ming's true qi. Lu Ming felt that his true qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and was infinitely close to the martial ancestor realm 9th realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than outside, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Cultivating for a day here is equivalent to cultivating for 100 days outside. Lu Ming sighed to himself. After the cultivation just now, although Lu Ming did not break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was extremely close. Lu Ming estimated that as long as he cultivated here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true dragon battle art to the 7th level. The density of his true qi was 8 times that of ordinary true qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, it would take at least a few years for Lu Ming to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here could greatly accelerate Lu Ming's cultivation speed. What a great place! Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. The cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, He suddenly felt the badge vibrating slightly. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the badge. Someone is outside. Lu Ming thought. Who could it be? Could it be Jian Fengyan? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor God Palace who would be looking for him now. He rose from his seat and walked out. The badge glowed, and the light screen parted automatically. Outside the residence, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was around 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back without emitting any aura, but Lu Ming felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. The young man stood there casually like an insurmountable mountain. Such a high cultivation. This person is definitely a peerless expert of the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he thought. The young man in white looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and said, Lu Ming. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Lu Ming asked. I am Mu Shuyuan, an ordinary Emperor God Palace Divine Guard. The young man in white robe smiled. Your surname is Mu? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He asked tentatively, Oh, I have never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu is looking for me? It's nothing important. But since you have just arrived, I have to remind you of something. Mu Shuyuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you haven't been out for the past few days. Now the new batch of Dtion Divine Guards is spreading the rumor that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their reputation. They have the lowest combat power and the weakest cultivation level. Mu Shuyuan said. Is there such a thing? Lu Ming frowned. It's absolutely true. Moreover, this time, the east side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west sides all have half-step king-level geniuses. The other 3 divine guards all have half-step king-level geniuses. Moreover, the south and west sides each have 2 half-step king-level geniuses. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side doesn't have a single half-step king. I heard that the 2 defeated half-step kings in the south and west are already eyeing you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you are defeated, they will seize the throne of your Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 Gods Slope. Mu Shuyuan said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Shuyuan and said, I'm more curious. Why are you telling me this for no reason? You don't need to know about this. Be careful during this period of time. After saying this, Mu Shuyuan turned around and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Even with his eyesight, he almost failed to see how Mu Shuyuan left. I'm afraid this Mu Shuyuan is not only a first-layer martial emperor. He might be even stronger. Who exactly is he? Why did he remind me out of kindness? His surname is also Mu. I wonder what is his relationship with Senior Mullins? Lu Ming's mind was filled with doubts. After pondering for a long time, he still could not figure it out. Forget it. I'll go and sort it out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient palace of the Emperor Heaven God Palace, Mu Shuyuan was reporting the news to an old man. I've already reminded Lu Ming. Mu Shuyuan said. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still too weak compared to that person. We shouldn't help him too much. It's enough to remind him that he still has to rely on himself to become an expert. Only by going through hardships will he be able to grow stronger. Only then will he have a chance to face that person in the future. The old man let out a sigh and said, It's going to be difficult. However, that little girl does have a good eye. To be able to find such a genius at a tiny place like the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Mu Shuyuan said smilingly. The two chatted for a while longer, before Mu Shuyuan excused himself. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. Chapter 436. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon, and took out all the storage rings he had obtained during this period of time to clear them out. After a day, he finally finished clearing them out. The rewards this time were terrifying and had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. The most important thing was Zhongsheng's storage ring. In Zhongsheng's storage ring, there were more than 1,000 storage rings. All of them were obtained by Zhang Sheng after killing other geniuses, and he had yet to check them out. After checking them out, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, various middle and upper spiritual crystals. If converted to lower spiritual crystals, he would have a total of 56 billion spiritual crystals. Yes, more than 50 billion spirit crystals. How terrifying was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes were filled with joy. There were also some other materials, such as spiritual weapons, that were not included. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a period of time. If I convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a lot. Lu Ming thought happily. Then he moved his hand and 2 black withered branches appeared in his hand. These 2 black withered branches were the ones that had been shot out from the gate of heaven. Originally, Lu Ming had only obtained one of them. The other one was with Li Qiushui. However, since Li Qiushui had been killed by him, this withered branch naturally fell into his hands. I wonder what use it is. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The place he was going to was a famous place in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mystical Treasure Tower. In the Mystical Treasure Tower, one could exchange for all kinds of treasures and buy and sell all kinds of treasures. The Mystical Treasure Tower was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall, and took up an area of a few thousand acres. There were many people coming and going inside and it was very lively. It's so huge, Lu Ming exclaimed. In fact, every sect would have a facility like the Mystical Treasure Tower, so that it would be convenient for their disciples to exchange for treasures. The Mystic Essence Sword sect also had one, but it was much smaller than the Mystical Treasure Tower in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. There were people coming and going in the hall. There were at least a few thousand people. Look, who is that? Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming, this time's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. Humph, what Eastern Sky Divine Guard? He was just lucky. There wasn't a decent expert in the East, so he seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. If we put him in the south of us, he's not even in the top 5. Just wait. That defeated half-step king in the south is coveting the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He has been in closed-door training for the past few days. As soon as he comes out, he will definitely challenge Lu Ming. His Eastern Sky Divine Guard position won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait and see. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Of course, most of them were DTon Divine Guards who had just joined this year. There were also some DTon Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Lu Ming naturally heard them. He sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He walked into a room. The room was the place to buy and sell items and exchange items. Little brother, do you need anything? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange low-grade spirit crystals, mid-grade spirit crystals, and high-grade spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. I wonder if that's possible? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but you'll have to pay 1%. The old man replied with a smile. He didn't feel surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for supreme-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached half-step king or even king, other grades of spirit crystals were useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have an effect. Therefore, martial artists above half-step king would exchange other grades of spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Little brother, how many spirit crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals. I want to exchange all of them for supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming said. Okay. What? 50 billion? The old man started to agree casually. However, he reacted in the next moment. The smile on his face froze and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming shouldn't be too old, and probably didn't have many spirit crystals to exchange. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would say 50 billion. Why? I can't exchange? Then I'll exchange for less. Lu Ming said. No, no, you can exchange, you can exchange. The old man hurriedly shouted. The smile on his face became even brighter. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to get a large commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, please wait a moment. The old man hurriedly ran out. After a while, he rushed back with a storage ring in his hand. Little brother, there are a total of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. You can count them. The old man handed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with rich energy. The spirit chi contained in the supreme-grade spirit crystal had almost turned into a substance. Ordinary martial artists couldn't refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could refine it. Lu Ming scanned it and found that there were exactly 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. A few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are mid-grade spirit crystals, upper-grade spirit crystals, and low-grade spirit crystals in here. There are a total of 50 billion spirit crystals. You can count them. Lu Ming said. Okay. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. Yes, it's 50 billion spirit crystals. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He asked, Little brother, is there anything else you need? Senior, I have some spiritual weapons, martial skills, and materials. Can you help me take a look and see how many supreme-grade spirit crystals they can be exchanged for? Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took them and counted them carefully. These things were worth about 10 billion spirit crystals in the end. Lu Ming had another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man was grinning from ear to ear. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king's demonic cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming planned to buy a batch of demonic cores to reach the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, he would be able to fully comprehend the force. A half-step king's demonic core, 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals for one. The old man said. That's expensive. Chapter 437. 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Senior, give me 100. Lu Ming said. 100. The old man was shocked. However, after the series of events, he was already numb to it. Then he took out 100 half-step king beast cores, and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. They exchanged money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the beast cores. He sighed inwardly. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was indeed one of the strongest forces in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If he was in the Blazing Sun Empire, or even the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it would be impossible to buy a half-step king beast core. Lu Ming kept the beast cores and left the mystical treasure house with satisfaction. Back at the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. He waved his hand and 100 beast cores floated in the air. Begin devour. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Shush. Shush. Instantly, 5 beast cores were swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Boom. As soon as the demonic core entered the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it exploded and turned into surging energy that was constantly refined. After the 9 dragons' bloodline reached the 5th grade king grade, its devouring and refining ability had increased by several folds. The refining speed was terrifying. Huff! The energy within the beast cores was refined and the impurities and harmful substances were left behind. The pure energy essence flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and started to break through. He had already reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. Now he was trying to break through to the 9th grade. Boom. Boom. The beast cores of half-step king beasts were filled with energy. The bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough. 5 more. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 beast cores. Boom! Peng Bo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Continue. Break through to the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to devour the half-step Demon King's monster cores. After reaching the 9th layer martial ancestor realm and devouring the beast cores of half-martial emperor beasts, the rate of improvement of his cultivation was significantly slower. However, Lu Ming had bought a total of 100 Yao cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation base continued to rise. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 beast cores, allowing his cultivation to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how Lu Ming attacked, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. The next step was to comprehend force and intent from force. As long as one comprehended a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, he would be able to use the concept of heaven and earth to refine his true qi. Slowly, he would be able to transform his true qi into a higher level of energy, true essence. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the true qi in one's body had been converted into true essence, one still needed to comprehend a complete concept of heaven and earth and condense a concept rune in one sea of consciousness. Then they would have to go through the test of the lightning tribulation to become a king. Becoming a king was a cut, a natural chasm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cross it. Countless geniuses and geniuses were often stuck at the half-martial emperor realm, unable to make any progress. There were many who had reached the final step and condensed the concept rune, but died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many examples like this. However, once one broke through to the martial emperor realm, one would experience a substantial leap. Not only would one's battle strength increase greatly, even one's lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could overlook the changes of the world and see the rise and fall of generation after generation. As for a martial ancestor realm, they could only live for 200 years at most, which was not much longer than an ordinary person. In a sense, a king had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was too difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm. For example, the Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a king for over 1,000 years. Although some middle-level empires had kings, they were basically low-level kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one king to appear. It was not bad to have 2 king-level kings. Higher-level empires had more king-level kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become a martial emperor when they were young. However, most of them were exaggerated and only had a possibility. Most of them could not break through to the martial emperor realm in the end. Lu Ming's next step was to comprehend the 2 forces to perfection. Only after his force was perfected could he take another step and comprehend the intent. Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The Tao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend force, so he naturally had to use it. Soon Lu Ming arrived in front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They did not emit any aura. They looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate them. Those who could guard the Tao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial kings. Although they looked ordinary now, once they unleashed their power, it would be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Okay, 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to enter? An old man with a face full of wrinkles said. I want a month. Lu Ming arrived. Then he took out 3,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took them and nodded. Okay, 1 month. Then, a ray of light entered the gate of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The gate rippled with rays of light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a vortex appeared. The gate is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded him. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then strode forward. He stepped into the vortex. Heaven and earth spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in chaos. Yes, it was chaos all around. There was no up or down. It was hazy. Boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. Then, Lu Ming saw that in the chaos far away, there was a dot of light shining and then exploding. Whoosh. The chaos was surging. Endless will of heaven and earth and Dharma were entangled and evolved into a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when heaven and earth were created. The will of heaven and earth. What a powerful will of heaven and earth. There are so many will of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were full of various will of heaven and earth. Suddenly, two will of heaven and earth became very obvious and filled the world. They were the will of wind and will of fire. They were also the two forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or will of heaven and earth appear here according to the different will of heaven and earth that each person comprehended? Martial Emperor De is indeed difficult to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he thought seriously. Forget it. Let's comprehend first. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and let himself enter a state of emptiness. He extended his mind to comprehend the will of wind and fire in heaven and earth. Chapter 438. First of all, Lu Ming had comprehended the fire force. Fire was scorching hot, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was clear as he focused on comprehending the fire force. With the fire aura that he had comprehended and the fire concept in the outside world, Lu Ming's understanding of the fire aura improved by leaps and bounds. Time passed quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Blazing Sun Empire, Mystic Essence Sword Sect. In the conference hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Sect Master Lin Shui, Scarlet Cloud Valley's Valley Master Ling Patian, Ghost Moon Saber Sect's Shangguan Ming, Mystic Essence Sword Sect and Scarlet Cloud Valley's upper echelons, Hua Qi and the other Imperial family's upper echelons, and Yan Quan were all gathered together. How's the war going? Lin Shui asked a Mystic Essence Sword Sect's golden-robed elder. Sect Master, it's the same as before. The Decimo Sword Sect is mainly defending. They only occasionally launch small-scale attacks. The golden-robed elder reported. Looks like we were right. That treacherous Chiao Wuyang must be waiting for the results of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. If Chiao Changkong joins the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he can borrow the power of the Ditian Divine Palace to deal with us. Lin Shui said with a solemn expression. That's right. The Ditian Divine Guards have great power. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be doomed. Moreover, Chiao Changkong has a backer. Shangguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed and their expressions were solemn. This question had been weighing on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes a Ditian Divine Guard, Chiao Changkong will have some scruples even if he joins the Ditian Divine Guard. Lin Shui said. According to the time, the selection of the Ditian Divine Guard should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Patian said anxiously. I've already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there's news, they will send it back at the fastest speed. Lin Shui said. It's really making me anxious. Ling Patian grinned. He was an impatient person to begin with. And this matter was related to the fate of the sect, which made him even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it. Lin Shui said. Although he said that, he was still very anxious. Sect leader, there's news. At this moment, a middle-aged burly man flew in from outside and shouted loudly. This middle-aged man was dressed in a golden robe. He was clearly a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Ditian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Chiao Changkong, how is Chiao Changkong? Did he become an Empyrean Divine Guard? Ling Patian asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong? He has indeed become a DT on Divine Guard. Elder Feng pondered for a moment before he said, "What? Qiu Changkong really became a DT on Divine Guard?" The expressions of Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others changed drastically. The worst thing had happened. Qiu Changkong had successfully become a DT on Divine Guard. Everyone's heart was extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time, and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become a DT on Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Many of the strongest geniuses of the DT on region were defeated by him. In the end, he entered the top 3 of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Elder Feng said, "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Boom. Boom. Everyone couldn't control their aura, and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked extremely ugly. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Shui kept repeating. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others didn't look any better. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? How could this be? How could this be? Many people growled in disbelief. They really hoped that they were dreaming. Not only did Qiu Changkong join the DT on Divine Guard, he even participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection, and entered the top 3. This was too unbelievable. At the same time, it was an extremely heavy blow to everyone. If Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be put in an important position in the DT on Divine Palace. His status and authority would definitely be greater. It must be his master. If it wasn't for his master's help, how could Qiu Changkong reach this step? An old uncle of the royal family growled in dissatisfaction. Since Qiu Changkong had reached this step, the royal family would never be able to take revenge. Bang! Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her energy. She sat heavily on the chair with a trace of despair in her eyes. Even the strongest genius of a super-large region wasn't Qiu Changkong's match. How could they resist? What could they use to resist? Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Elder Feng quickly said when he saw everyone's expression. You haven't finished? Could it be that Qiu Changkong has done something even more shocking? Ling Patian asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Elder Feng said. Oh, did Lu Ming join the DT on Divine Guard? Hua Qi pulled himself together and asked. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He has successfully joined the DT on Divine Guard. It is said that only 3 people have joined the DT on Divine Guard in Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Elder Feng said somewhat proudly. Lu Ming has joined the DT on Divine Guard. Haha, I knew that he would succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he laughed. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others weren't happy. If they hadn't heard about Qiu Changkong's news, they would have been extremely excited. But now they couldn't be happy. The difference between an ordinary DT on Divine Guard and a genius who could participate in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition was too great. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qiu Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his combat strength much stronger than an ordinary DT on Divine Guard, but his status and authority were also much higher. He wouldn't be afraid of Lu Ming at all. Their situation was still worrisome. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He can actually become an DT on Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unfortunately, he met Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Lu Ming didn't just join the DT on Divine Guard. Elder Feng said again. Ah. Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last round and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition? Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 439. To be able to participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a qualitative leap. He had completely joined the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern region of Tianxian domain. If Lu Ming could reach this step, even if he wasn't Qiu Changkong's opponent, he wouldn't be too far behind. He would definitely be valued by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Qiu Changkong would more or less have some scruples. Then they would have some leeway to deal with him. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng with incomparable anticipation, hoping that he would nod his head. Elder Feng nodded his head and said, "Yes, Lu Ming not only passed the last round and participated in the competition of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, but also..." "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming actually passed the last round. That's great, that's great. I really didn't misjudge him. This time, the Decimo Sword Sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us." Before Elder Feng finished his words, Ling Patian laughed crazily. His face was full of joy, and even his beard stood up. "That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. Back then, I let him down and misjudged him." Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. "I knew it. Lu Ming can definitely create a miracle." Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also beaming with joy and were incomparably excited. Before this, they had never thought that Lu Ming could also reach this step. This was really great news. "Haha, someone come. Tell this good news to Master Lu and Madam Lu." Lin Shui laughed. Wait a minute, sect leader, I haven't finished my words." Elder Feng shouted again. The scene suddenly quieted down again. "I say, brother, you're a big man. Can you finish your words in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy," Ling Patian shouted. "Sect leader Ling, I wanted to say something just now, but you interrupted me," Elder Feng said with a bitter face. "This, weren't you too excited just now?" Ling Patian grinned. "All right, Elder Feng, what other news do you have? Tell me all at once," Lin Shui said. "Yes, sect leader, it's about Lu Ming. Not only did Lu Ming participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also seized the throne in the end." Elder Feng nodded his head and said the news. When he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. There was not the slightest sound. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Look at Elder Feng's face. Elder Feng smiled bitterly. Everyone's expressions were within his expectations. This was because when he first heard the news, he had the same expression. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than now. You're saying that Lu Ming seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guards?" After a long while, Lin Shui reacted first and asked in disbelief. "You're not lying to us, are you?" Ling Patian asked in disbelief. Elder Feng said. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, ha ha. Let's see what 10 Directions Sword Sect will do now. Ling Patian laughed wildly. A peerless monster. Shang Guanming sighed again and again. Hua Qi and some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming, such as Yan Lan, were so excited that their bodies were trembling. "Lan Er, you have a good eye. Now you have hope." Yan Lan sighed. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this step." Yan Quan sighed in his heart. He was now glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. With Lu Ming's talent, he believed that he would soon surpass him. In the future, he would most likely need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They almost shouted out loud to express their emotions. They didn't even dare to dream that Lu Ming could seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was the same as trampling the strongest geniuses of many super-large regions under his feet. Being able to participate in the competition for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was already unimaginable, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Chongkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere with the Blazing Sun Empire's affairs. Sect Master. At this moment, a silver-robed elder rushed in. "What's the matter?" Lin Shui was in a good mood and asked with a smile. "Sect Master, the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family is here to congratulate you," the silver-robed elder said. He didn't know the news, and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family was here. The Cloud Desolate Empire was undoubtedly the strongest empire among the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. They really came. Quick, go out and welcome them. Lin Shui quickly got up. The others followed. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Mountain Gate, they saw dozens of people. A total of 30 people stood in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm experts. The leader wore a dragon robe and emitted a powerful aura. He was actually a half-step king. The Cloud Desolate Empire's distinguished guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Shui quickly cupped her fists. You must be the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Sect Master Lin. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. I'm the Daki King of the Cloud Desolate Empire. I'm here to congratulate Sect Master Lin. I heard that Lu Ming came from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. I didn't expect the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to produce such a genius like Lu Ming. He took the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. He made the Cloud Emperor's mountain range famous. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate you. The middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said. Lin Shui and the others were extremely excited. Although they were extremely excited when they heard Elder Feng's words, they were still afraid that the news might be wrong. However, now that the Cloud Desolate Empire's prince had personally come to congratulate them, there was no doubt about it. Your Highness, please come in. Servants, prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness. Lin Shui ordered loudly. Yes. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. Also inform Master Lu and Madame Lu of this news. Also invite Master Lu and Madame Lu here. Remember, you must be respectful and not neglect them. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, Sect Master, don't worry. A golden-robed elder went to carry out the order. Oh. So Lu Ming's parents are here too. I would like to see what kind of people could give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming. The Cloud Desolate Empire's Prince Daki laughed. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect immediately held a huge banquet to celebrate. When Lu Yintian and Li Ping heard the news, they were extremely excited and happy. Li Ping was so emotional that tears flowed down her cheeks. In contrast to the Mystic Essence Sword Sex celebration, the atmosphere in the 10 Directions Sword Sex conference hall was oppressive. Damn it, Lu Ming. How could he take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is this possible? Qiu Wuyang roared, emitting a terrifying aura and icy cold killing intent. In the hall, the others kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 440. Dao Comprehension Palace, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's surroundings were suddenly filled with gusts of wind that were as cold as knives. Whoosh. Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled, and his body became as light as a feather as he floated around like a ghost. After a while he stopped where he was. My wind force has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind force and fire force had already reached the limit of greater perfection. After 7 days of comprehension in Dao Comprehension Palace, he had finally reached perfection. However, this also meant that Dao Comprehension Palace was indeed miraculous. In just 7 days, it allowed Lu Ming to break through. Now, let's start comprehending the fire force. Following this, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and continued comprehending the fire force. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming's fire force had also reached perfection. In just half a month's time, Lu Ming's wind and fire powers had both reached the perfected stage. Buzz. Lu Ming held his spear and gathered the wind force and fire force. With a slight tremble, space rumbled, and a spear light shot out, flying an unknown distance. Lu Ming revealed a satisfied smile. With the wind force and fire force reaching perfection, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between perfection and greater perfection, a difference of several times. After merging the wind force and fire force, its power was even stronger. At this moment, Lu Ming's battle prowess was already infinitely close to a Battle 7 genius. Yes, Lu Ming had already reached Battle 6 genius. Now he was infinitely close to Battle 7 genius. I set a time limit of 1 month. There is still half a month left. I can cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. Lu Ming pondered. Now that both wind force had reached perfection, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation, wholeheartedly cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. In Tao Comprehension Palace, combining the Wind Force and Fire Force to cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. This caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to soar once more, reaching the level of a 7th battle genius. These spiritual crystals were well spent. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, a month was almost up. Lu Ming left the Tao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Monastery. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Using his Divine Guard medallion, he activated the inscription formation and walked in. However, he did not notice that in the distant sky, there was a young man watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished his cultivation and returned. I will immediately report this to Senior Brother Kai Go. With a flash, he flew toward one of the many courtyards of the Dtion Divine Guards. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in a pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank while admiring the small bridge and flowing water. After being in seclusion for more than a month, it was time for him to relax a little. I wonder where Senior Sister Mullins is? If she is here, she should have heard the news that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard and should come to find me. It seems that I have to take some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war in the Burning Sun Empire is going? Presumably, the results of the Dtion Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Burning Sun Empire. Now that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Chiao Changkong should not dare to act rashly. The war in the Burning Sun Empire should not change too much in a short period of time. The most troublesome one is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is Chiao Changkong's master? Lu Ming pondered while drinking. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar swept over like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out 2 long beams of light, flickering. Finally, Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Then he poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and walked out in large strides. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a 24-year-old youth standing in the air, staring at the Eastern Sky Courtyard with shining eyes. Seeing Lu Ming, the youth's eyes lit up and said loudly, "Lu Ming, you have been hiding like a turtle for more than a month. Finally, you have appeared. Lu Ming, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard is not something you can sit on. You are not qualified. Now give it to me, lest you embarrass yourself." As soon as he saw Lu Ming, the young man shouted loudly, "Swish! Swish!" Just now, the youth shouted so loudly that it had already alerted the other Dtion Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, figures flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kai Go. Kai Go is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kai Go is a half-step king. He was defeated in the Battle of the Southern Sky Divine Guard. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, the East Side originally did not have any experts, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was able to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard purely by luck. That's right, the 4 Sky Divine Guards belong to the capable. Kai Go should challenge him and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. The surrounding Dtion Divine Guards discussed spiritedly. Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had already healed. At this moment, their faces were filled with joy. Haha, Lu Ming. Even if you seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, what can you do? Won't it still be taken away? Haha. Chiao Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so strong. Fortunately, I did not seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Otherwise, it would be a joke if it was snatched away before my butt even warmed up. Lu Ming, you are about to become a joke. Should I thank you? Ha! Zhang Sheng also sneered. Who are you? Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion, so he deliberately asked. My name is Kai Go. Lu Ming, I advise you to withdraw from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Kai Go said. Sure enough, what a noob dog. I say, dog, you came running to me just for such a trivial matter? Lu Ming curled his lips and said. As soon as these words came out, the others looked at each other in dismay. Kaigo's eyes suddenly turned red as a cold killing intent erupted. His face was incomparably distorted as he roared. Lu Ming, you little bastard, what did you say? You are courting death. You are courting death. I originally wanted to let you go, but now you are dead for sure. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in front of everyone. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. A dog? Don't bark so loudly. Don't you want to challenge me? Fine, I agree to fight you. Tomorrow morning, on the Divine Guard battle stage. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kaigo himself was also taken aback for a moment. Then he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, Fine little bastard, then I will let you live for one more day. Then scram, you dog. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Kaigo gnashed his teeth. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Humph, you can show off now. Tomorrow I will make you cry. Chapter 441. The others discussed among themselves and left as well. Hee, Lu Ming actually dared to offend Kaigo. How unwise. Looks like I don't even need to do anything. You're going to die in Kaigo's hands. Qiu Changkong sneered and left. Soon after, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kaigo spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned and entered the East Sky courtyard, where he began to meditate. The sun set and rose again. A day had passed. The Divine Guard battle platform was built on a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was wide and flat, and there was a platform that was 10 miles long and wide. As the name suggested, it was used for battles between Empyrean Divine Guards. The platform was made of black iron and was engraved with inscriptions. Even if a low-level king fought on it, he wouldn't be able to break the platform. The Divine Guard battle platform was a place of life and death. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard battle platform was already crowded with people. There were at least 10,000 people. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Empyrean Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of Tianxian Domain. It could be said that apart from those who were cultivating in seclusion, or had important matters to attend to, most of them had come. Even some of the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards had come after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Naturally, it would attract attention. Whoosh! A figure rapidly flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard battle platform. Kaigo is here. Someone shouted. As soon as Kaigo landed on the battle platform, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Whoosh! Soon after, another figure appeared on the battle platform. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to dare to come. There's nothing he can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Divine Palace has a rule that the 4 heavenly Divine Guards can be obtained through challenges. If he doesn't come and avoids the challenge, the Empyrean Divine Palace will take away his throne. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kaigo also opened his eyes. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes and he did not hide it at all. He said coldly, Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have this chance later. This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kaigo sneered. Whoosh. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time. This matter concerns the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. I will be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No. Lu Ming and Kaigo both shook their heads. Following the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible? I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is terrifying, but his cultivation is too low. He was only at the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm when he was fighting for the position of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It has only been a month. Even if he were to break through to the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, or even the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, he would not be a match for Kaigo. Furthermore, it is impossible for him to break through from the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm to the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm in a month. A half-martial realm is much stronger than a peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. It is 2 whole levels higher. Furthermore, Kaigo is an expert between the Battle 4 genius and the Battle 5 genius. In total, Kaigo is more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming will not be a match for him. For a genius like Kaigo, unless it is a battle of the same level, no one would be able to defeat him when he is at the half-martial realm. So Lu Ming has no chance at all. Lu Ming can't win. The one who said the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. His words attracted the attention of the crowd. He was the other member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the South Heaven Divine Guard, Zhong Hao. Kaigo's strength is not weak. Even I would have a hard time defeating him. It is impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kaigo, Zhong Hao said resolutely. His cold expression was full of confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, a glamorous woman said with a smile. She was the North Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. Following this, the crowd shifted their gaze to the other side. There stood a handsome young man in a white robe. The strangest thing was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. This made him appear even more mysterious. There was not a single person around him. It was as if they were afraid of him and kept their distance. This man was the last member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the Divine Guard of the Western Sky. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest among the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. During the competition for the position of the Divine Guard of the Western Sky, the other half-step king could not even withstand 3 moves from him. The crowd looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion. However, he did not say a word. Boom. Boom. At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kaigo were about to make their move. Lu Ming die. Kaigo shouted coldly. A thin and long cyan sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The cyan sword made a light sound and instantly crossed a few hundred meters, stabbing towards Lu Ming. It was so fast that many people could not see the sword's trajectory. Intent, very obviously, Kaigo had already comprehended a trace of concept of wind on the foundation of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of wind intent, Kaigo's battle strength had increased tremendously. Wind fire intent. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear. The long spear was condensed with wind fire intent. Clang. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Boom. Violent genuine chi filled the air with the power of wind and fire, covering the entire fighting ring. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, the 2 figures quickly retreated several miles and stood still. Everyone at the scene was stunned and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming can actually block Kaigo's wind intent attack. How is that possible? Did you see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the point. Both of them did not use any martial skills. They were just probing attacks. How could Lu Ming block Kaigo's wind intent? Intent can actually block intent. How is that possible? The crowd was shocked and discussed animatedly. This is the wind fire intent. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The crowd was shocked because the person who spoke was the Divine Guard of the Western Sky, Sheng Wushuang. Lu Ming has comprehended 2 intents. Moreover, the 2 intents have merged and reached perfection, Sheng Wushuang said slowly. However, there was no seriousness in his voice. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. Wind-fire intent fusion? No wonder, no wonder. Lu Ming is amazing. He has comprehended 2 intents and merged them successfully. The most amazing thing is that he has cultivated both to perfection. Chapter 442. Many people were shocked. It wasn't easy to cultivate one force to perfection, let alone 2. Moreover, he had successfully merged them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a force. Instead, it was several times more difficult. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength is so terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Humph. It's hard to achieve great things with one mind. Sheng Wushuang coldly snorted and said in a disdainful voice. Brother Sheng is right. Zhong Hao laughed. Oh. At this time, a wolf-like howl sounded in the fighting ring. Kaigo's aura became even stronger. Above his head, A black dog with 2 heads appeared. Two-headed hellhound was an extremely powerful demonic beast. There were 6 silver chakras around its body. It's really a dog. What did I say wrong? Lu Ming curled his lips. He was surprised that Kaigo's bloodline was really a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a 2-headed hellhound. Go to hell. Kaigo shouted and activated his bloodline. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the blade cut through the air. Suddenly, wind blades formed and slashed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were at least a dozen wind blades that were sharper than saber radiance. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind essence could perform this. Even a perfect force couldn't do it. This was the initial stage of controlling wind. Wang. Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. A dozen spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these dozens of spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. Pung, pung. After a dozen explosions, the wind blades and spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly Dog devouring Sun Sword. Suddenly, Kaigo let out a long howl and stabbed out with his long sword. A vision appeared in the sky. A sun appeared and then a big yellow dog appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming. A terrifying aura filled the air. Woo woo, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted. Kaigo was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Pung. Bang. Then Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. 9 dragons heaven stomp, 2 consecutive steps. The heavens and earth rumbled as a terrifying power erupted like a flood. The yellow-furred dog's body trembled violently. Then with a final howl it exploded. Kaigo's figure involuntarily flew backward. God, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually repelled Kaigo? How is that possible? It is indeed inconceivable. Lu Ming's battle prowess is truly terrifying. However, Kaigo has yet to unleash his strongest battle prowess. It's hard to say who will win. Look, Kaigo is going all out. Boom. At this time, Kaigo's aura had risen by another level. Rays of red light twined around his body. This was just a secret technique. This was Kaigo's strongest state. His battle prowess surpassed that of Battle 4. Nestle the yellow dog transformed. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was speechless. Kaigo was so angry that his chest swelled. Die. Heavenly Dog devours the sky. Kaigo roared as a terrifying sword light erupted. It condensed into a heavenly dog and pounced on Lu Ming. This heavenly dog was condensed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed out with his spear. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, emitting an aura of disdain. The 2-colored true dragon collided with the heavenly dog. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Retreat. Many people who were close to the fighting ring frantically retreated. Everyone below the half-step king level retreated by 10 miles. Only those half-step kings were able to not retreat. Nestle, this is too strong. Is this the battle prowess of someone below the king level? Ordinary martial artists of the same level would be smashed to pieces in one move. Too strong. This is the strongest genius of the Eastern Tianxian domain. Who is going to win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. Roar. The 2-colored true dragon suddenly roared as it opened its mouth. The heavenly dog whimpered and collapsed. Then Kaigo's body flew out like a cannonball and slid a few miles on the fighting ring. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Kaigo. His long spear was like a cold lightning as it pierced toward Kaigo. Kaigo turned pale with fright. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 rounds and avoided Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling, not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a violent energy blasted out. Kaigo screamed as he was sent flying like a chicken, blood spurting out of his mouth. I surrender. I admit defeat. Kaigo was scared as he roared in horror. Admit defeat? I don't accept. Lu Ming sneered as his eyes were extremely cold. His spear was as cold as ice as it pierced through the void and pierced toward Kaigo. This time, Kaigo could not dodge it. Poochie. The long spear pierced through Kaigo's chest and lifted Kaigo into the air. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me go, let me go. Kaigo let out a mournful scream and wailed. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's true chi erupted, he would be dead. He was scared to death. As long as he thought of his bright future leaving him, he trembled with fear. Let you go? When you wanted to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards, did you think about letting me go? If I was not strong enough and lost to you, would you let me go? Lu Ming's voice was incomparably cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I had eyes but failed to see. You are the real proud son of heaven, and I am a dog shit. Yes, I am a dog shit. I beg you, let me go. Kaigo begged mournfully. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. It's too late to say this now. Go on your way. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time he could not let Kaigo go. He wanted to use this thunderous moment to intimidate others and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a soft persimmon. On the contrary, he was a murderous weapon, a murderous weapon. No, no. Kaigo screamed crazily and struggled crazily. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and his true chi erupted. Kaigo's heart instantly exploded. Kaigo roared and no longer breathed. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming won. The half-step king Kaigo was killed. Before this, no one would have thought of this outcome. Almost everyone thought that Kaigo would be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. They never thought that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming crushed Kaigo and killed him. Some people who were confident that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. Previously, he even said that even if it was him, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kaigo. Lu Ming was definitely not Kaigo's match. But the reality was that Lu Ming crushed Kaigo. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. Chapter 443. Damn it. Zhong Hao roared in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. But when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was grave. Kaigo was a half-step king. He was 2 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. At the same time, he was a battle 4 to battle 5 genius. His battle strength was 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. Lu Ming was able to defeat Kaigo with his peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat ability had reached the level of a 7 battle talent? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Battle 7? How was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave eyes. How could this be? How could this be? In the crowd, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open as they couldn't accept this. It had only been a month and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this continues, I will be the one to die. Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Whoosh. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming swung his long spear and flung Kaigo's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked Kaigo's storage ring into his hand. As for Kaigo's blood essence, there were too many people present, so Lu Ming didn't devour it. Phew, as Kaigo's corpse fell to the ground, everyone let out a long breath. I announce that Kaigo has failed the challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn around and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming stared blankly and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows stepped into the air and walked toward the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. Why is he walking towards the battle stage? Could it be that he wants to challenge Lu Ming? It can't be. If that's really the case, then there'll be a good show to watch today. This youth was one of the divine guards of the Western Heaven. He was known as the strongest genius of this batch, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang stepped onto the stage and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. Now, you are worthy of being my opponent. Sheng Wushuang had a jade-like appearance and was quite handsome. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. A large group of young women looked at Sheng Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh. To be honest, he had never heard of Sheng Wushuang before. However, you are only worthy of being my opponent now. You may not be in the future. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you are on the wrong path. Sheng Wushuang continued. He stood with his hands behind his back like an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He thinks too highly of himself. How can he say that I am on the wrong path? The others were stunned. Only a few of them showed a thoughtful expression. Haven't you realized it yourself? You have taken an unconventional path and comprehended two forces at the same time. Although it will greatly increase your battle strength, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one force and one essence of heaven and earth. However, you have comprehended two forces at the same time. In the short term, you seem to be strong, but in fact, it is an extremely foolish action. In the future, even if you can break through to the Martial King realm, your achievements will be limited. Therefore, I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will grow bigger and bigger. You will never be able to keep up with my footsteps. Sheng Wushuang continued. His words were full of confidence. Yes, Sheng Wushuang is right. Comprehending two forces will greatly increase your strength in the short term, but in the future it will greatly affect your cultivation. The people around suddenly realized that Sheng Wushuang's words made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's attitude really annoyed Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who do you think you are? You have your own path and I have mine. There is no need to talk to you. Moreover, with your current strength, it will be a matter of minutes to surpass you." Lu Ming casually waved his hand. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have gone astray and still want to surpass me. What a joke. I am kind enough to guide you, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I will let you fend for yourself." Sheng Wushuang coldly snorted. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked away. This guy is crazy. Who does he think he is? Acting like he is the number one in the world. What a joke. Lu Ming muttered, then soared into the sky and left. Of course, this battle inevitably became a topic of discussion. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had used his strength to prove that he deserved the title of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's words had also spread. The majority of people believed that Sheng Wushuang was right. A person comprehending two forces at the same time had limited energy. If Lu Ming didn't mend his ways, his future achievements would definitely be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he continued to comprehend the forces of wind and fire. He naturally couldn't give up on cultivating the forces of wind and fire, just because of Sheng Wushuang's words. Ever since he comprehended the forces of wind and fire, and fused them together, the forces of wind and fire had helped Lu Ming greatly. Moreover, the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God could not be unleashed by a single force or concept. Therefore, he had to cultivate the forces of wind and fire together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning, and fuse the three to cultivate the three unique skills of the Dragon God to the highest level. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in one of the courtyards, Qiu Changkong and a purple-robed youth were sitting opposite each other. Damn it. How could that bastard Lu Ming be so strong? How could his cultivation increase so quickly? Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared furiously. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter or some treasure on him. The purple-robed youth took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this youth as the one who had sent the invitation to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to find a reason to kill Lu Ming? Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered with a cold light. Fool! The young man in purple scolded. Master, although you are the palace master of the Thunder Palace, one of the 9 great palaces, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time, and has attracted the attention of the other palace masters. If Master takes action and deals with Lu Ming, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the palace masters, and even alarm the palace master. At that time, it will be difficult for Master to explain himself, and he will be punished. We can't just watch Lu Ming continue to grow. I'm afraid that once Lu Ming grows, it'll be hard to suppress him. Chapter 444. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't make a move, but we can. However, I'm not 100% confident that I'll succeed. The purple-clad young man pondered. What should we do then? Should we ask the other senior brothers? Qiu Changkong asked. As for the other two senior brothers, one is traveling outside while the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached perfection, and I'll enter seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. Once I break through to the Martial King realm, I'll be able to kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The purple-clad young man said with a smile. Senior brother, are you going to break through to the Martial King realm? Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step king realm for a few years and have reached my limit. It's time for me to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-clad young man said. Senior brother, how confident are you? 80%. The purple-clad young man was very confident. Haha, that's great. We'll let Lu Ming live a little longer. Once you break through to the Martial King realm, it'll be Lu Ming's death. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he wouldn't be a match for a Martial King. As long as the purple-clad young man broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of seclusion, he could find a reason to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Qiu Changkong sneered. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the force of wind and fire every day. However, his progress was minimal. After one's force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend a trace of intent from it. Many people were stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will give a lecture on the force of wind and intent of wind. I can't miss it. Lu Ming stood up, left the courtyard, and flew towards the Palace of Wind. The Palace Masters of the 9 palaces of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace would give lectures on the related force and intent every once in a while. This would attract a large number of Dtion Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Palace of Wind, he discovered that there were also figures flying over from other directions. No one checked the entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen to the lecture could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Palace of Wind and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious, and the floor of the main hall was filled with praying mats. There were at least 10,000 of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on futons. Lu Ming's entrance attracted a lot of attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He casually found a futon and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Soon, the number of people exceeded 2,000. Most of them were Dtion Divine Guards who had just joined this year, and some of them were from the previous batch. Hall Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking over. The old man looked to be in his 60s and he had a faint smile on his face. On his body, there was not the slightest trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura. He was just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him or be disrespectful. It was said that the 9 Hall Masters were all Great Perfection Kings. Furthermore, they were not ordinary Great Perfection Kings. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Hall Master Feng. Over 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Hall Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Hall Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, everyone who has come is below the Martial King realm and has comprehended the force of wind. Today, I will talk in detail about how to comprehend a trace of the intent of wind from the force of wind. Then, with this trace of the intent of wind, how to condense the intent rune, and go through the heavenly tribulation to reach the martial king realm. Hall Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to listen to this. If you want to know all this, you must first understand what force is. What is intent? Hall Master Feng's voice continued. Force is actually a type of intent of heaven and earth. However, it is a very shallow borrowing of the intent of heaven and earth. This is because every attribute has force. For example, when water is gentle, it can nourish all living things. This is also a type of force of water. When it is violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a type of force of water. For example, when it is gentle, it can be a gentle breeze. When it is violent, it can tear all living things apart. This is the force of wind. When you comprehend force, you are only borrowing the intent of heaven and earth. It is commonly known as borrowing force to increase your offensive and defensive power. Speaking up to this point, a powerful force exploded from Hall Master Feng's body. His aura instantly became like an immemorial divine mountain, majestic, heavy, and unapproachable. In the next instant, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the intent of heaven and earth is completely different from force. The intent of heaven and earth is control. By controlling an attribute, one can use this attribute to transform it into various mysterious and unfathomable methods. Speaking up to this point, Hall Master Feng suddenly opened his palm. In his palm, a tornado was rapidly rotating. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming did not doubt that if Hall Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear a mountain apart. Following this, Hall Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A wind blade appeared on his finger. The wind blade was like a blade that sliced through space, causing the space to tremble like water ripples. This showed how terrifying this wind blade was. Controlling an attribute naturally has a difference in strength. According to the degree of control, the intent of heaven and earth is also divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 intent of heaven and earth. Hall Master Feng endlessly explained the force of wind and the intent of wind. Sometimes he would even personally demonstrate it. Lu Ming listened attentively, afraid that he would miss a single word or action. All along, Lu Ming had relied on his own comprehension and bitter cultivation. Since when did such an expert explain and demonstrate in front of him? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many questions that had troubled Lu Ming for a long time were being answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more relaxed and his mind more nimble. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of the force of wind had increased by a large margin. Once Hall Master Feng started speaking, he went on for 3 hours. All right, today's explanation ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You can all disperse. Hall Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue and wanted to hear more. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Hall Master Feng's gaze swept over Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, wait a moment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Hall Master Feng called out to him. Chapter 445. I've heard that most of the 4 heavens divine guards are chosen by the 9 Hall Masters as their core disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to recruit him as his disciple? That's possible. Lu Ming has such a cultivation and battle strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be chosen by Hall Master Feng. I'm so jealous. How great would it be if I had such a master? Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in low voices as they speculated. Soon the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Ming and Hall Master Feng. Lu Ming came before Hall Master Feng and brought his fists together. May I know why Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay? Take a seat first. Hall Master Feng said with a smile as he raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat down on a futon beside Hall Master Feng. Hee Lu Ming, are you 20 years old? Hall Master Feng asked. Not yet 20 years old, not yet. Lu Ming replied. It's rare to have such a cultivation and battle strength at the age of 20. Your future is limitless. Hall Master Feng exclaimed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and Sheng Wushuang's words a few days ago. Although Sheng Wushuang's words are too absolute, they are not without reason. A person's energy is limited. Cultivating too intense at the same time will increase your battle strength in a short period of time. But in the future, especially after reaching the martial emperor realm, the comprehension of the intents of the heavens and earth will be crucial. Without a breakthrough in your intents, it will be difficult for your cultivation to have a breakthrough, which will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I'm interested in recruiting you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the wind intent. Hall Master Feng said in one breath as he looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was quite interested in becoming Hall Master Feng's disciple. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the wind intent. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the power of fire, this was something he absolutely could not do. The force of fire was the force that he had comprehended the earliest, and it was not something that he could give up just because he wanted to. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming thanks Hall Master Feng for his kindness. However, Lu Ming has still decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Hall Master Feng. This was equivalent to rejecting Hall Master Feng. Hall Master Feng's expression changed as he said, Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Hall Master Feng. I have made up my mind. Lu Ming said. You are really stubborn. Go quickly. Otherwise, this old man will feel annoyed just by looking at you. Palace Master Feng waved his hand with an exasperated expression. Lu Ming stood up, bowed and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. Later on, when I suffer and hit a wall, I only know how to regret it. Hall Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged. In his mind, the content of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing, and he kept verifying it with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's comprehension of wind deepened. However, he still had a long way to go before he could comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still could not touch the threshold of concept. It seems that I can only use profound crystals. Lu Ming pondered. In the Dongming ancient battlefield, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 profound crystals. Among them, there were 4 of the wind attribute, 5 of the fire attribute, and 3 of the thunder attribute. The rest were of other attributes, such as the metal attribute and the water attribute. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before going to the mystical treasure house to exchange all the other attribute profound crystals for wind attribute profound crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 wind attribute profound crystals. As for the fire attribute and thunder attribute profound crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange them because he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, and a blue crystal appeared in his hand. Crack! Lu Ming squeezed the crystal hard, and it shattered. Immediately, a mysterious wind concept spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This wind concept was actually in the form of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, he felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used all his strength to capture the wind concept around him, and began to comprehend it. As expected of a profound crystal, a treasure that even martial kings would drool over, Lu Ming's comprehension of the wind concept had greatly increased. Between heaven and earth, strands of the concept of heaven and earth were absorbed by Lu Ming, entering Lu Ming's body. Profound crystals were the physical embodiment of the concept of heaven and earth, condensed over countless years. Every time he absorbed a strand, it would increase his comprehension of the wind concept. However, even more strands of concept dissipated in the air. There was simply no time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably vomit blood from jealousy. Waste. This was a complete waste. Most of the concept strands had dissipated from a single profound crystal. This was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. It should be known that even for half-step kings, very few of them would use profound crystals to cultivate. This was because it was too wasteful. A single profound crystal would cost at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used profound crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They would be able to absorb all the concept strands. However, Lu Ming did not care so much. In his opinion, if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible, it would be even more wasteful if he did not use them. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the concept strands of a profound crystal had completely dissipated. Again, Lu Ming took out another piece of wind attribute profound meaning crystal and crushed it into pieces. Kacha, kacha. Following this, a kacha sound would resound in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. 12 hours later, Lu Ming had used up 12 wind attribute profound meaning crystals consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Rings of cyan energy revolved around his body. The wind aura around Lu Ming's body was raised to the extreme. Right at this moment, swish. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a cyan wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block in two. Wind concept. I finally comprehended a strand of the wind concept. Lu Ming revealed an ecstatic expression. From aura to concept, the difference between aura and concept was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was an essential difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. Comprehending a strand of concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming could now be considered a true half-step king.